Regular board meeting of the governing board Thursday, June 9th at 7:32. I, Irene Lopez, President of the Governing Board, call the June 19th, 2026 regular board meeting of the San Ysidro School District, which I did say already, at 6:32. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like a translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translator's table to pick up a headset. Which is right over there in the back. Thank you. Amy, I will now ask our secretary to the board of the superintendent, Dr. Gina Potter, to conduct a roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. We are on agenda item number 2, roll call. Board President Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Vice President Zenaida Rosario. Board Clerk Martin Aria.
Present.
Board Member Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Member Kenya Peraza. Present. Madam President, you have a full quorum of 5.
Thank you. We're on 3 agenda. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following corrections. Correct consent calendar, agenda item AD.2, recommendation to say approve the comprehensive safety plans as amended. Second, correct agenda item 9 to say items from the board, superintendent and assistant superintendent.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Antonio Martinez makes a motion.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. So item number 9, it's gonna remain the same?
No, they're changing to say items.
To say items from the board, superintendent.
Oh, okay. I would like to make an alternate motion to reorder the agenda and take item 9, items from the board and acting superintendent immediately following public comment, which is after the flag salute. So we can do it as always. We have done it before, and so the public can listen to our comments as a board and or as the superintendent.
Do I have a second? Sorry, does not pass. So now, you have the motion made by me, seconded by the we did. Yes. Okay, so now we have 4, the flag salute.
No, we vote on this, man.
Oh, we already did?
No, we need to vote on this one.
Okay, the motion was made by me, okay, seconded by Antonio,
All those.
all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay, now we're on 4, flag salute, please stand. Please get on the flag salute. Place your right hand over the heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You know, Miguel, as you're doing it, maybe we can start. Yeah, because not really. No. We're gonna start like open sessions. Yes.
We have Fidel Castro, CCA president.
Sorry. Good evening. Huh?
I'm sorry, I think we have a recording location in the back. Dr. Eniguez, is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Ready? Okay, good evening. Board members. Dr. Parker. Welcome back, Superintendent. Administrator. Parent. Community member. Teachers. Classified employees. Without us, this district will not function. Hi, my name is Fidel Castro. And I am the CSCA president. I represent classified employees. Last time I spoke and came with optimism and ready to collaborate with the district. But in return, we got disrespected by this administration. We have not finished negotiation. Our contract is still open, not finished, and we haven't even negotiated a fair salary. The district keeps giving us the runaround. Under this administration, we have lost more classified employees than any other administration. And I've been here for almost 30 years, 1997 to be exact. They claim the district is still in financial problem, but still the district has money for administrators that were never here before and the lawyers. You know, I had a fancy speech, but when it comes from the heart, when you speak the truth and it comes from the heart, you don't need a fancy speech. Just notes. I was selected by my peers to be the voice of the ones that are never heard. We're cutting, the district is cutting positions of those that are barely making ends meet. However, we have all of this administration that have never been here before making six figures. Let me remind the board that you don't work for the superintendent. The superintendents work for you. Nowadays, it feels like it's not what you know, it's who you know. We're back to that. Bernard feels like favoritism or nepotism is not the way to run the district. In closing, let's remember, we're here for the most important thing, for the students. We're here to provide a clean and safe environment so all San Ysidro kids will succeed. Thank you. My name is Fidel Castro and I'm the CSA president. Gracias.
All right. Good evening, board members, staff, and community. My name is Fernanda Rios, and I'm speaking as CSCA's Chapter 154 lead negotiator. We have been with an expired contract for almost a year. We have still been meeting with the district to try to fix 2024's reclassification of our members, and we have yet to start bargaining the reclass of 2025. We can't seem to get anything done because our members are constantly getting hit with other situations to bargain. For example, our members that received layoff notices, we have been meeting with the district to come up with solutions. However, even in coming up with solutions, we feel we always have to push just to get the bare minimum. Some of our members are receiving a complete schedule change. They will be going in and out of work at completely different schedules than what they've been working for years. And they say, oh, pero tienes trabajo, you have a job. Some of our members are being split to multiple sites, which means doing the job of two people in the same amount of time. Nos están exprimiendo como una esponja. They are squeezing everything out of us like a sponge.
But you know why? Because they know that we care about our jobs and the students. They take advantage of that. The morale of our members has hit the lowest it's been in a while. And like Fidel, I have also been here for a long time, 23 years. And to top it off, today on the agenda, we see certificated positions getting appointed to other management positions. How is this fair? One of the classified positions being laid off makes at its highest after years of working, $21.15 an hour, and only works 3.75. How do you maintain a household that way? Like I said before, our members' morale is low and we are disillusioned with the district. Classified staff give and give because we care, but we always get the short end of the stick. The district constantly says there is no money, but always find ways in saving or appointing management positions with support, with consultants, with coaches. And our members don't get treated with that same respect. We are tired of this. Thank you.
Wendy Rodriguez.
Good evening. Good evening, trustees. My name is Wendy Rodriguez. I'm a parent of a student in the district and a resident of this community. I am here to raise serious concerns regarding the use of district resources, including district vehicles and staff time, and the need for stronger oversight and accountability in how those resources are being utilized. I have received information from district employees indicating that district transportation and personnel might have been used in situations that do not appear to be connected to legitimate district business. These reports raise legitimate questions that deserve formal review and clarification. Public resources must be used strictly for authorized purposes, and there must be clear documentation. And there must be clear documentation and accountability whenever district assets are involved. I am also concerned about broader issues related to transparency and potential conflicts of interest in certain district processes. Even the appearance of preferential treatment or inconsistent application of district policies undermines trust in the district and raises concerns for staff and families alike. To be clear, I'm not here to make personal accusations without a formal review. However, I am here to state that these concerns are serious. They are being discussed among staff, and they warrant prompt and independent examination to ensure district policies are being followed and public funds are being properly safeguarded. I am requesting that the board take these concerns seriously by directing an appropriate review or audit of the relevant practices and by ensuring that there are safeguards in place. I'm sorry. Safeguards in place so that district vehicles, personnel, and resources are used strictly for authorized educational purposes. I am raising these concerns in good faith as a parent and a member of this community, resident of this community who expects accountability and transparency from our public institutions. Thank you.
Daniela Armstrong.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, board members. My name is Daniela Armstrong, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Ocean View Hills preschool parents. First, we want to thank all the teachers and staff for the care and dedication they have shown our children. We truly value the safe and nurturing environment they have created during these important early years. We also recognize that there have been significant budget impacts and difficult decisions within the school district. However, we are here tonight to respectfully request that at least one preschool classroom remain open at Ocean View Hills. Our main concern is the loss of safety, stability, and the strong sense of community that currently exists at Ocean View Hills. Ocean View Hills is a true reflection of our community where families, staff, and neighbors come together and support one another. Many families live within walking distance, and parents are able to safely walk their children onto campus for drop-off and pickup. We also have many military families and households with multiple children attending the same school, and keeping siblings in a familiar location provides important stability. After our petition was submitted, we were given a meeting with the district. During that meeting, we were informed the only option being offered was bus transportation to Sunset Elementary, where children would be picked up at Ocean View and transported to Sunset and then returned. While we do really appreciate the time taken to meet with us, many parents strongly oppose the solution. We do not feel that placing our 3-year-old children on a bus for daily transportation addresses the core issue of maintaining a safe and stable, trusting learning environment that's existed for years at Ocean View Hills. We formally request the board to reconsider and explore the possibility of keeping at least one preschool classroom open at Ocean View Hills, where the environment has already been established. Our intention is not to oppose necessary budget decisions, but to advocate for a solution that prioritizes stability and safety for our family. I would like to close with the scripture that has been on my heart through this change, Proverbs 22:6. Start children off on the way they should go, and even when they are old, they will not turn from it. This reminds me of how important it is that we are laying the foundation early in childhood, and that what we do in these first early years truly matters, not just for our children today, but for the generations to come. Thank you for your time and for hearing our concerns.
We have, Cecily Sanders.
Good evening, board members. My name is Cecily Sanders. I am the parent of 3 children at Ocean View Hills Elementary. This upcoming school year, I will have a child in 1st grade, 1 in TK, and my youngest in preschool. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you to reconsider the proposed closure of our preschool at Ocean View. For my family, OVH preschool is more than just a preschool. It's a critical source of stability and support. We are a military family. My husband is scheduled to deploy, if not in 2026, in 2027. And during a deployment, maintaining routines and consistency for our children becomes especially important. The thought of uprooting my youngest child from our familiar school, teachers, and friends during that time is incredibly concerning and disheartening. We specifically chose to live in this neighborhood because of the schools and our ability to walk to them. We invested in this community knowing that our children could attend schools close to home and be a part of a connected neighborhood. And the preschool's location has been a significant benefit to our family and many others. Our current preschool here at Ocean View is just a half mile away from our home. We can walk there, which allows us to be actively involved in the school community and makes daily transportation very manageable for us. Under the proposed plan, my son would be reassigned to a school 3.9 miles away, nearly 8 times further away from our home. And while that distance may not seem significant on paper, it represents a major change for families who intentionally chose a neighborhood school and rely on its accessibility every day. If the preschool closes, I'll be responsible for getting my youngest child to a more distant campus while also getting my 2 older children to their school that we are zoned to each day, which currently is a simple routine and will become a significant logistical challenge involving additional driving time, planning, and stress. My youngest son is not even 3 years old. The alternative would require him to ride on a bus to a school further away from home. And as a parent, that is just not something that I want to do for him. Having him spend additional time commuting each day, especially while our family is navigating a deployment, would add unnecessary stress for both him and our family. I know my family is not the only one affected. Many working families, military families, and families with multiple children rely on this preschool because of its location. Closing the school will create hardships that extend far beyond the classroom. I understand difficult decisions sometimes may be made, but I urge you to please consider the real impact this closure will have on children and our families. Thank you.
Alicia, Jean?
Sorry, I have my curve here. Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Felicia Jean. I'm a parent, obviously, at Ocean View Hills. As a military family, stability is something that we value deeply because it's not always guaranteed. During periods when my child's father was deployed overseas, the Ocean View Hills community became a source of support, consistency, and connection for my family. My daughter has spent the entire year coming with me every day to drop off her brother. She knows the campus, the teachers, the staff, and the routines. She feels comfortable here and was excited to begin her preschool in an environment that she's already familiar to. For young children, these routines and relationships matter. Preschool age children thrive on consistency and predictability. While change can be difficult for anyone, it can be especially disruptive for children who are still developing a sense of security and confidence outside the home. In today's world, emergencies can happen without warning. As a parent, I want to know that I can reach my children quickly if a crisis occurs, and having my children at separate locations creates additional challenges during situations where every minute matters. Many of us are already managing rising costs. Having children at separate school locations means additional driving, fuel expenses, and more time traveling spent between campuses. What is currently a simple drop-off and pick-up routine becomes significantly more complicated for working families and military families alike. At the same time, I do not want to have to remove my son, from the school community where he has already spent the year building friendships, relationships, and routines. While I appreciate the district of effort to provide a solution, I also don't feel that transporting 3 and 4-year-olds addresses the concerns we have about safety and stability. I would also ask the board to consider the impact on teachers and staff who have worked so hard at building strong relationships with our children, creating the supportive community that exists today. Stability matters not only for students, but also for the teachers who invest so much of themselves into helping our children learn and grow. Many parents continue to ask how relocating the preschool program achieves meaningful cost savings if the same teachers and staff will continue serving the same students at a different campus. From our perspective, the relocation appears to create disruption for the children and families and staff while shifting additional costs and logistical challenges onto us parents. I understand that the budget decisions are difficult and I appreciate the responsibility you carry in making them. However, I respectfully ask that you consider whether preserving at least one preschool classroom at Ocean View Hills could meet the district's needs while maintaining the stability, safety, and sense of community that so many of us depend on. Ocean View Hills is more than a school site, it is a community. For families like mine, it has been a place of support, connection, and security. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for listening to the voices of the families you serve.
Mariana Cabrera.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Mariana Cabrera and I'm the parent of 3 kids. They attend OVH and VDM. I have 2 issues I would like to address tonight. First, I would like to address actually speak in support of the after-school guitar program at VDM. My daughter Eva, she's a 6th grader at VDM. She has learned so much through this class. She practices at home, talks about what she's learning, and takes pride in her progress. Through guitar, she has gained confidence, patience, discipline, and a sense of accomplishment. As a parent, it has been wonderful to watch her discover a new talent and a new way to express herself. This guitar class, I didn't know this, but this guitar class is the only thing closer to a music class that the district has. So when participation is low in the only music opportunity available to our students in this district, the question should not only be why students are not attending, but also what can be done to help them attend. Transportation challenges, scheduling conflicts, family responsibilities, and other barriers can affect attendance, even when students value and benefit from the program. Low attendance does not mean the program lacks value. It may simply mean that some students need additional support in order to participate consistently. Music education helps students develop creativity, perseverance, and self-expression. These are skills that support success both inside and outside the classroom. I respectfully ask the board and the district to continue supporting the guitar program and to explore ways to strengthen access to music education opportunities for all students. My second concern, the second thing that I would like to address is a basic issue that affects students every single day, the condition of the school restrooms. My children have repeatedly described bathrooms that are dirty, smell strongly of urine, have not only urine, but also feces on the floors, and at times are missing toilet paper. At Ocean View Hills, my youngest has also encountered bathrooms with spider webs and large spiders, which can be pretty scary for young children. As adults, we would not want to use these bathrooms. So why should we expect them to use them? My daughter Avista Del Mar often avoids using the restroom at school altogether because she finds the bathroom so awful. Some days she waits until she gets home. As a parent, I worry about the health consequences of children regularly holding the need to use the bathroom just because they don't feel comfortable using the school restroom. I am also concerned about student privacy and safety. My boys have reported incidents of other students speaking through restroom stalls. This behavior is inappropriate and can make children feel embarrassed, unsafe, and vulnerable. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Janina Robles.
Good evening, board members, families, and members of the community. Tonight, I would like to express my appreciation for the district for recognizing teachers, employees, and staff members for the dedication and service. Recognition matters because the right individuals help shape school culture, strengthen trust with families, and possibly impact students every day. I believe those who truly deserve recognition are individuals who demonstrate professionalism, fairness, honesty, compassion, integrity, and respectful communication with students, families, and colleagues. I especially today want to acknowledge Ms. Clarissa Limon from the Willow Front Office for always being welcoming, respectful, professional, and positive with families. I also want today to acknowledge Ms. Erika Aviles from Willow, Administrative Secretary, for consistently demonstrating professionalism and respectful communication with parents regardless of circumstances. Additionally,
Additionally, I would like to recognize trustee Kenya Peraza for continuing to support students and families while remaining grounded in her values of honesty and transparency despite the challenges that leadership can bring. And I also want to recognize parents who are not always formally acknowledged for their perseverance and advocacy. Tonight, I especially want to recognize Roxanne Palestino, a mother and a friend, for her continued involvement and dedication supporting students, families, and the success of our schools. People like these, employees, leaders, and parents help strengthen our schools and community every day. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva, familias y miembros de la comunidad. Esta noche quisiera expresar mi agradecimiento al distrito por reconocer y valorar a maestros, empleados y miembros del personal por su dedicación y servicio. El reconocimiento es importante porque las personas adecuadas ayudan a fortalecer la cultura escolar, generan confianza con las familias y tener un impacto positivo en los estudiantes todos los días. Considero que quienes verdaderamente merecen reconocimiento son las personas que demuestran profesionalismo, justicia, honestidad, compasión, integridad y comunicación respetuosa con estudiantes, familias y compañeros de trabajo. Especialmente yo quiero reconocer a Miss Clarisa Limón de la oficina de vuelo por siempre ser amable, respetuosa, profesional y positiva con las familias. También quiero reconocer a Miss Erika Áviles de vuelo, secretaria administrativa, por demostrar constantemente profesionalismo y comunicación respetuosa con los padres sin importar las circunstancias. Además, quisiera reconocer a la miembro de la mesa directiva, Kenia Peraza, por continuar apoyando estudiantes y familias mientras se mantiene firme en sus valores de honestidad y transparencia a pesar de los desafíos que puede traer el liderazgo. También quiero reconocer a los padres que no siempre son reconocidos formalmente por su perseverancia y abogacía. Esta noche quiero reconocer especialmente a Roxanne Palestino por su constante participación y dedicación apoyando estudiantes, familias y el éxito de nuestras escuelas. Personas como estos empleados y líderes y padres ayudan a fortalecer nuestras escuelas y comunidades.
Now we have Gustavo Lopez.
Evening. I am proposing an enrichment music program funded by Proposition 28. Prop 28 specifically allows classified employees to count toward 80% staffing rule. So an elementary district could potentially hire or assign to classified employees, pay them extra duty stipends to run an after-school arts and music enrichment program funded by Prop 28 money. As long as the work is in the arts, music instruction, the district properly classified the employee. Expanded learning program, the ELAP was created mainly to provide after-school and summer supervision enrichment, support working families, expand learning time to TK and sixth grade students. It is not specifically arts focused. ELAP funds and after-school programs, tutoring, sports, enrichment clubs, recreation, arts, music activities, but focus on student supervision, enrichment access, attendance, expanded learning time, not arts and education compliance. Art and music are essential to the human experience. They serve as a universal language that transcends cultural boundaries, process complex emotions, stimulate cognitive development. Music and art is an outlet to channel complex feelings, manage stress, and develop emotional literacy. It offers comfort, joy. Art music stimulates both sides of the brain, enhancing memory, problem solving, and spatial temporal reasoning. Studies consistently link arts education to improve reading, math, and linguistic skills. Art and music preserves our history, documents society, and allows us to step into the perspective of others. They build bridges across different cultures and foster social tolerance, building confidence. Creating and mastering a piece of art or musical instrument instills discipline, pride, and self-respect. I want to set up a music program because currently there is nothing available at the middle schools. I know California, the ELAP allocates approximately 4.6 billion annually, so there's a lot of money there. Our school district is using some of the ELAP funds to get us out of the deficit and save the district money. They are providing funds to support new job descriptions and paid positions that have recently been created. They are changing and moving other job positions around, and also they can be funded by the ELAP fund. I don't want to be tied in with this ELAP program anymore. Thank you for letting me be aware, Mr. Bohorquez, that being funded by Prop 28, I will not be paid by the ELAP fund, so it is at a lower rate. But that's okay. I'd rather be paid less than to have a solid program that's beneficial to the musical enrichment of education of our students than being part of something that puts too many restrictions and doesn't have good leadership. I feel that our current ELF leadership is falling short in not organizing a structured program. Who is doing the checks and balances? There are no guidelines or job descriptions for the leads at each site, and each school site does whatever they please. They are relying on software that costs us $35,999 to do all the work in keeping track of things and attendance and participation. So I'm urging you to consider my proposal of having to run an enrichment music program at BDM, paid for by the 28 funds. You are a musician as well, Ms. Potter, so you know how vital having music and education is to our school district. Thank you.
Brendan Placencia.
Good evening, board. My name is Brendan Placencia. I represent the Oakland community as it develops. It does worry me looking at the budget, seeing the numbers and seeing poor management and past performance history issues. We only have what, $13,000 left in our emergency reserve funds. These type of items are heavily concerning and show a lack of management and oversight over our financings and spending. This is leading to issues that I've been hearing this whole afternoon from different members of the community here. And I know it's difficult running a large organization. You know, you have multiple schools, multiple needs. Something I do want to say is maybe we rely too heavily on software. I've noticed a big trend in this district where there's a big emphasis on smart boards, on funding these other items, when in reality, the teachers, the employees, they're what keeps the school running. You know, our students need them to learn. They're not going to learn from a smart board. They're not going to learn from another TV. They're not going to learn from, you know, all this technology. Those aren't teachers. Those aren't staff that's needed to support the education and growth of these individuals. And, you know, it concerns me that we are in the place we are, and obviously we can't go back. But moving forward, I think it's only just for the employees that have been here for very long to work on trying to get them a fair contract, to work on establishing procedures that hold everybody accountable, to make sure our funds are being spent, you know, as best as possible. If somebody is using a vehicle that shouldn't be using it or doing, you know, misappropriation, we should be looking into these items, as this waste can add up over time. You know, I was looking at your guys' budget. We spend about $5 million for administrations. I think that's great. Are we using it to the maximum? Are we looking for specific job descriptions that look for grants, that spend time, you know, looking for these things? I know other districts do. From what I'm aware, we have assistants that assist with that, but they're not specialists in these things. You know, I'm no expert at any of this. I'm just a mere citizen that is concerned for its school district. So I plead to the district to look into their finances, do the best they can with what they have. And, you know, for the community to understand, yeah, it's in a very difficult position, but we'll get through it together. We all will. All right, thank you for your time, school district board. Thank you.
Constelador.
Good evening, the board president, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and welcome back, Dr. Potter. We're very happy here. Good. I'm here to announce that the Ysidro Women's Club, the 44 members have been working very diligently for the last 3 years for our endowment. You know, our endowment is for the students. The Ysidro Women's Club is here for the students, to support them in their education, and we feel that giving children a head start in their education with scholarships is helping them to achieve their goals. And we're having a fundraiser. We're here to tell you about our fundraiser. The fundraiser is going to be in September 20th. We already started recruiting donors, and we're very happy that our donors, we have lifetime donors that have been with us for 20 years. And they always know that it's time to, give back to the community, and we ask them to give back to the very needy community, San Ysidro, High School. We have pledged to only give to San Ysidro High School. Why? Because the San Ysidro High School students have been given their education here in San Ysidro. And San Ysidro, then they go on to San Ysidro High School. When we first started our incentive awards, we didn't have a high school. We only gave the 8th graders, we gave us a certificate. It's not like a mini scholarship. They had to write an essay and et cetera, We gave $100, and then 2 years later, they opened a high school. So we said we have to continue. So the high school, this year we give $26,000 we gave in the high school. So each year we have to raise about 25 to 30,000 for the incentive awards and the high school. So we're asking you to be aware we have this fundraiser. It's going to be in September, and it's going to be wonderful. And you're invited to support us, and hopefully you'll join us on September 20th to this Fiesta Ranchera, and it's going to be Western style. So bring your cowboy boots and jeans and cowboy hat, and if you have a horse, you can bring a horse, because it's gonna be at a ranch. Gonna be a local ranch. So we're very excited about it. So I'll have 20 seconds left. So please join us. And you can see we have the backs as our donors, and I'm very proud to say we have 2 top donors that already gave us. And we've got a $10,000 donor and several $5,000. Now, these are people that know to build your future is what it's all about. Give back. You need a tax write-off, give back. So thank you very much.
Baltasar.
Good evening. My name is Catalina Baltasar, and I am here tonight to advocate for students, staff, and families of Ocean View Hills Elementary School. Ocean View Hills serves over 1,031 students from transitional kindergarten through 5th grade, making it the largest school in the San Ysidro School District. Nevertheless, next year our school is facing significant reductions in support, including the loss of a vice principal and a decrease in supervision. I respectfully ask the board to consider what these reductions would mean for a school of our size. With only one administrator remaining, that individual will be responsible for overseeing the academic, behavioral, operational, and safety needs of more than 1,000 students. This includes supporting teachers, meeting with families, addressing student discipline, conducting IEPs, coordinating programs, responding to emergencies, ensuring compliance with state requirements, and maintaining a positive school climate. That is enormous responsibility for one person. The reduction in supervisors is equally concerning. Supervisors play a vital role in maintaining student safety. They are often the first adults to respond to student conflicts, injuries, and safety concerns. Fewer supervisors means fewer adults available to monitor students, build positive relationships, and ensure our campus remains safe and orderly. As educators, we know that student success depends on both academic support and a safe learning environment. I understand the district is facing financial decisions, and I appreciate the challenges involved in balancing a budget. However, I ask the unique needs of Ocean View Hills be considered. A school of over 1,000 students requires adequate support to function effectively. If restoring administrative support is not possible, I encourage the district to consider assigning an intervention teacher to Ocean View Hills. An intervention teacher could help coordinate academic supports, work with behavior issues, assist with parent communication, and help manage school-wide programs, providing much needed support to our principal as the sole administrator of a school with over 1,000 students. Ocean View Hills has one of the largest student populations in the district, and our students deserve resources that reflect those needs. As decisions are made about staffing and resource allocation, I respectfully ask the board to prioritize student safety, academic success, and equitable support for the district's largest elementary school, Ocean View Hills. Thank you for your time. Um. Ms. Baltazar, thank you so much for your comments. Did she?
She's right here. Yes, I'm right here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize.
Was I supposed to stay?
No, I just wanted to share with you that in the same agenda on agenda item 8B6.
Yes.
A, we do have a TOSA. It doesn't say Ocean View Hills, but it is to be allocated to Ocean View Hills. It is an action item, so you have to wait to see what happens. On the agenda, page 4.
Thank you, appreciate it.
We hear your concerns.
Thank you.
Ana Guzman.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ana Guzman. I will be speaking in Spanish. I have no script. I'm speaking from my heart. Soy una empleada muy orgullosa de trabajar en Ocean View Hills. Empecé como clasificada y ya soy maestra. A lo largo de este tiempo he mirado varios administradores pasar por esta escuela, pero nunca había mirado una administradora que se pusiera al nivel de los clasificados, los maestros. Una administradora que anduviera sacando basura, que anduviera entregando material, que estuviera por los estudiantes, por sus empleados y el apoyo incondicional. Hemos visto que hay recortes de personal, se ha notado. No pienso yo que es suficiente 2 custodias para la tarde, para una escuela que tiene más de 1000 estudiantes y más de 50 salones, más aparte las otras áreas que se puedan cumplir. Entendemos que nuestra administradora es hoy una doctora, bien por ella, muchas felicidades. Entendemos que si ella se va, no es porque sea una doctora, sino porque está buscando nuevas oportunidades donde ella pueda cumplir como una doctora con el apoyo que se requiere de todo el personal. Los recortes son bastantes, son muchos estudiantes, menos personal. A TOSA, una persona que esté asignada a una asignación especial, yo no creo que va a ser lo mismo que una persona que tiene una credencial de administración. Entiendo que hay recortes, pero también nos gustaría que entendieran que cuando uno se cree en un ámbito, se hace una familia. Ocean View Hills ha sido una familia y creo que de eso no hay duda, porque se ha visto el apoyo tanto de los empleados, con los colegas, los papás, y la verdad las cosas nos gustaría que tomaran en cuenta y consideraran el apoyo que necesita esa comunidad, ya que está creciendo demasiado. Como ustedes saben, Otra Mesa sigue creciendo, somos muchos ahí, se necesita otra escuela. Mientras se requiere otra escuela, les pedimos por favor, consideren brindar ese apoyo, sea si se queda nuestra directora o se va a otro ámbito que pueda tener este apoyo, consideren por favor mandar un administrador que sea algo similar, porque no se puede igualar ese apoyo que hemos tenido. Gracias.
Roxanne Palestina.
Good evening. As we close out another school year, I wanted to take a moment to say thank you and recognize the many people who make a difference in the lives of our students every single day. First, I want to thank the entire La Mirada elementary family. A special shout out to the kindergarten team, Mr. Mendoza, Ms. Marin, Ms. Loberia, and Ms. Pancela. And La Mirada's teacher of the year was Ms. Pancela. Congrats to her. And for helping our youngest Eagles learn, grow, and prepare for their next chapter. And also want to thank our interim principal, Ms. Mosqueda, for guiding the school throughout a year of change and helping students finish the year strong. I also want to recognize our office staff, custodians, cafeteria team, instructional aides, speech and occupational therapists, security staff, outreach consultants, IMRAs, nurses, and all support staff. Schools do not run on titles alone. They run because of the people who show up every single day to support our students and families. And a very special thank you to the amazing La Mirada moms and parent volunteers who work tirelessly behind the scenes, organizing, fundraising, decorating, creating balloon displays, and setting up beautiful photo opportunities for our kindergarten and sixth grade promotions. You help create memories that families will cherish for years to come. I would also like to thank the San Ysidro Middle School for allowing me the opportunity to serve on the school site council for the past 2 years. It has been an honor to learn alongside staff, parents, and community members who care deeply about student success. Thank you as well to the Will Elementary and the parent leaders, teachers, and staff for always welcoming community participation and engagement. Tonight, I also want to recognize all of our DPAC, ELAC, and school site council parent leaders across the district. Thank you to the parents serving at La Mirada, Willow, Sunset, Mine, Ocean View, Vista del Mar, and San Ysidro Middle School. Parent engagement is not always easy. It requires time, commitment, and willingness to speak up for students. Your work matters and our schools are stronger because of it. This year has not been easy. We have had difficult conversations, disagreements, and challenges. But through it all, one thing remains true. Our students do best when families, staff, administrators, and community members work together. As we head into summer, I hope we remember that parent engagement is not a box to check. It is a partnership. Next year, I look forward to continuing to volunteer, continuing to support our schools, and continuing to work alongside families across our district. Congratulations to every student promoting, graduating, and reaching a milestone this year. Enjoy your summer and celebrate your accomplishments, and come back ready for another great year. Thank you.
So we're on now on 6 conference sessions reports. I would like to call Maria C. Rodriguez, our coordinator of federal state programs and language acquisition, to present the annual update for the 26-27 for the local control accountability plan. Mr. Marcus will be joining her.
Good evening, board president, board members, Dr. Potter. Good evening. So tonight I have the pleasure of presenting to you the proposed local control accountability plan and looking at our last year's annual update. And I really do have to say that I want to thank all the parents, all the teachers and the staff. They really came out and gave me a lot of information about what it is that they feel that should make this district an amazing place to be. So what is the LCAP? The LCAP is, sorry, I can only see from here, I can't look up and I can't see. So it is something that is required. It is ED code. Each school district shall adopt an LCAP using a template adopted by the state. And it is a 3-year cycle, and it gives, like I said, educational partners the opportunity to actively participate in developing this plan. And it provides accountability and transparency through the data. So these are our local indicators, they're state priorities, and these are areas that we develop in our LCAP. We have to talk to every single one of these areas throughout our 3 LCAP goals. So we have basic services, which is assigning and credential teachers. And we have 100% of our teachers that are credentialed and assigned to schools, to classrooms. We have student access to instructional materials. All our students have access to, instructional materials. But all our facilities have a good repair for all our schools, in our, FIT. I remember the acronym, I don't want to use the acronym, it's, facility inspection, yes, there you go, facility inspection tool. Our priority number 2 is the implementation of state standards. We all adopt our state standards and we, use that academic content and to give our, performance standards in our classrooms. And how programs enable English learners to access Common Core standards and English language development. This year we did focus, we brought in the California Association for Bilingual Education to support us in just the best practices and how to support our English learners. And that was very well received in all our teachers with 3rd grade through 8th grade. We did English language arts and math for our middle schools. Pupil achievement is our priority number 4, which is our state testing, our English learner proficiency, and our English learner reclassification rate. Currently, we are pending close to, I think a little bit over 100 reclassifications. That's the last round of reclassifications as we're getting back some of the LPAC scores that were taken in February. So we're looking at reclassifying at least over 300 students this year. So a little bit over from last year. Last year, we reclassified 300. And of course, our English learner proficiency is still pending our test results. So access to a broad course of study, that's a priority number 7. That means that all required subject areas that are given to us by the the California Department of Education need to be addressed. English language arts, math, science, social studies, and physical education. Physical education is required by the state of California as per Ed Code. So elementary schools have a certain amount of minutes and so do middle schools, just in case there anybody is wondering. So programs and services developed for unduplicated pupils. So what are unduplicated pupils? These are our students that are English learners, our foster youth, and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students. So programs and services that are developed for individuals with exceptional needs, our students with disabilities also fall under this priority. So other pupil outcomes, these are just the measures that we use to measure our student achievement and progress in California's required academic subjects through our state assessments, our district benchmarks and local assessments, our classroom performance, and English learner progress are things that we use for other pupil outcomes and priority number 8. And I do apologize for you can give me any feedback, but I want to go through the presentation first. So let me know if you have anything to say, and I will be more than happy to address at the end. So moving on. Another LCAP development and state priority. This is what we are measured by the California dashboard. This is what comes out in the California dashboard. Our priority number 3 is parent and family involvement. Efforts that LEA makes. LEA is our local education agency. That is our district office. We seek parent input. And this year, I was so proud of our DLAC. We created a wonderful survey that went out to all families talking about what is DLAC and what it means to be involved in English language, in English learner progress. And we had a great response. So I'll be sharing that with DLAC the first time we meet, so we can start building a stronger DLAC for our community. We have how the LEA promotes parent participation in programs for our underrepresented students, and how we promote parent participation for individuals with exceptional needs, our students with disabilities. That's priority number 3. Our priority number 5, right now, up to date, we only have one more school day left. We have an attendance rate of 91.89% district-wide. Chronic absenteeism rate is 24.4%. Dropout rates, we do have dropout rates for middle school. We don't have high school, we do have middle school, and we are at 0%. We don't have any dropouts. And high school graduation does not pertain to us. Our school climate is priority number 6, where we see pupil suspension rates. Currently, we are at 2.3 district-wide for suspension rates, and all of this gets reported to the state, and then that comes out of the California dashboard for 25-26. Other local measures, including surveys or of pupils, parents and teachers on the sense of safety in school connectedness. We have our California Healthy Kids survey. We have our LCAP survey that goes out every single year that gives us a lot of that feedback and tells us how our students and families are feeling about what we're doing for school climate. And right now, our pupil expulsion rate is at 0%. So, that's it. I know I'm going pretty fast, I'm sorry, but I have like 20 something slides and I don't wanna take anybody's time, but if you need me to slow down, just let me know. This is our mission. We provide a quality education and opportunity for all students to succeed. Our commitment is to provide each of our students a supportive learning environment for all our students to be successful. And these are our 3 LCAP goals that align to the 8 state priorities that I just went over with you. Our student achievement is number 1. School culture, climate, and student well-being is number 2. And our parent engagement is number 3. So this year for last year's data, that's why I say we're doing our annual review. We came out as the designation of differentiated assistance and targeted support and improvement. Differentiated assistance was district-wide. We are in differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism. And the focus areas that we are looking at as our unhoused youth, which are homeless, and our students with disabilities. But we did find out, and I think Mr. Borges can speak a little bit more about this, a synergy and data entry error that we are currently fixing with the support of our office staff and our outreach consultants. And we should see an increase, well, a decrease, because chronic absenteeism is decrease, a decrease in chronic absenteeism reported for this school year. Okay, the district has responded and we have created a district differentiated assistance and LCAP team that we have had conversations around strengthening attendance systems and interventions. We are increasing family engagement and outreach. We are expanding support services for students and families, and we're monitoring that progress through that continuous improvement process, right? We look at our data, we see what's working, what's not working, or what needs to be fixed, and then we continue moving forward. And that's very important, right? Data tells us the story, so that's important. Our targeted support and improvement, what does that mean? That means that one of our schools, San Ysidro Middle School, has been identified as a school that needs targeted supports around the areas of chronic absenteeism, English language arts, and mathematics. But currently, according to some of the scores that are coming in from the state for ELA and math, we went up, and I was gonna know better than this. Okay, we went up in math, according to the scores that have come in. We are looking at a 6% increase in math and a 3% increase for 7th graders and a 3% increase in 8th graders. So that gives us a 9% total increase in math. In ELA, we are coming out maintained. So we are exactly maintained in English language arts. So we have not increased or decreased. So that's what it looks like right now, but those are just preliminary scores. We don't have any, they're still coming in. Our scores are still coming in.
Very quick, for both middle schools or only for some?
This is only for Sense. This is only for Sense. Vista Del Mar is not in targeted support anymore. Okay. So how do we gather feedback from our educational partners? We create, well, I hope we create a system of just welcoming environments where our parents know that they can speak during our DPAC meetings or DLAC meetings. Meetings with our both unions, management, cabinet, parents, and community forums. So we do go to schools and we do put up posters the old way, and we have parents give information and it is written down, and we do take that into consideration. It's super important that parents know that their feedback is very important. We do it at the coffees with the principal, at our ELACs, at our school site council. At our staff meetings. I have presented the LCAP to staffs across the district and student representative meetings, especially our middle schools that have our student councils and our local SELPA, which is our, I forget about the acronym.
Special and local planning area.
There you go, that one. Special and local planning area, yes. And we meet with them every year so they can give us feedback. So here we go, our goals. Our goal number one is around student achievement. And our goal is basically to improve student achievement for all students. And as we're looking at this, another big piece of this goal is to accelerate our students in the learning process. To increase, especially for our English learners and our students with disabilities. So some highlights that we had this year are standard-based common assessments, our instructional design. We had learning walks, we had data reflection sessions, and planning time for our teachers across the board, TK through 8th grade. Professional development and coaching around instructional design. ELD, reading and foundational skills and inclusion. These were great professional developments. Challenging because, we have to bring everyone to the district office and make sure that we have substitutes, but we were very successful. So access to technology for teachers, parents, and students. And I know we are looking at technology and it is very much part of our lives, and we do need to make sure that we meet our students and our families where they are in terms of technology. College and career readiness skills, we have a very, very active AVID program in our middle schools. We have Project Lead the Way and robotics programs in both our middle schools as well, that we are here preparing our students for college and career readiness and building those skills. Intervention programs and expanded learning opportunities, and English learner progress indicator has increased over the years. So these are some actions. I know Miss, do you want to present that? I can present it if you want. Okay. I will. So these are just some actions that, like I explained to my parents when they saw these big numbers, these are $1 million actions, right? And they really help us to run our district action 1.1. This is 1.1. This is all of our staff, our resources that are aligned to meet the needs of our students. This is our staff salaries, small group instruction support, resource teachers, small group instruction, professional development around small group instruction for all students, including our students with disabilities. That's what was budgeted, and this is the actual amount that was expended this year. And then curriculum instruction for our dual language support. We are continuing to rebuild our English, our dual language. We are still at we're moving to a 40-60 model next year. We are at a 30-70 for 4th, 5th, and 6th. TK kinder 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are at a 50-50 model. So we are moving towards, because they are doing a heavy lifting, the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade teachers, and we are making sure that they are, we are building this program as we're going along. So that is some of the action items. They're not all, but there's some. So some of our educational partner feedback, and if you see LCAP action steps, this year I aligned it to those steps where we are addressing those needs that are being discussed here. So our teachers and administrators said that we need more targeted interventions. And this year we looked at reading, we looked at math, we looked at our newcomers, our students with disabilities, and what support were we giving them. So in our LCAP action item 1.1, we addressed that with staff. 1.2, 1.4, 1.5, and 1.7. So just to give you a little bit summary. 1.2 deals with our data reflection sessions and our sci-fi team. This team supports teachers being, they go into classrooms and teachers are released to have professional learning communities and to look at data. 1.4 talks about our data focus, right? Chronic absenteeism. We look at students and what we're doing to support our students, because that is our district is in differentiated assistance for that. So we need to make sure that we include an action step for that that particular designation. And then we have 1.5, which is our resource teachers, and 1.7, which are targeted interventions and small group instruction. So our staffing, our teachers and administrators talked about staffing, our aides, our intervention teachers, and our class size. And I think I put it in another slide, but I do want to, I will mention that we do have Currently, we have 38 instructional aides, 64 special ed instructional aides, and 29 instructional healthcare aides, which were a total of 131 aides across the district. So just so you are aware, we do have aides. We do have a total of, I think it's 17 intervention teachers that are supporting our students before and after school. And we do have, at least in our county, we do have the smallest class size in the teacher contract as of today. We do have some very small class sizes according to other districts. I can't remember off the top of the head, but I will. Thank you. So we do have academic programs and enrichment opportunities through VAPA and advanced learning phonemic programs, writing and phonics programs. And this is action step 1.8 and proposition 28 and our ELA program and our ACES. I mean, all those programs do support VAPA and advanced learning. We are our parents. No, I missed that. Sorry. No, that's not it. Sorry. I went back to that one. So our parents, I'm sorry, our parents talked about tutoring academic support, especially in math and reading. And one more time, these are action steps that address that math and reading and all our tutoring academic supports. Enrichment programs for music, sports, robotics, field trips, and hands-on learning. And these are our action steps that support that 1.8 and our proposition 28 and our ELA. Communication about academic progress and expectations. We do have, and I will share with you numbers of parent conferences and school meetings and LCAP action steps. 1.6. 1.6 takes us to 1.6 takes us to one more time our DRS. 1.7 talks about the targeted interventions. 1.8 is all our supplemental materials that we have district-wide. And some school sites have their own because they have their Title I money. But we have, for example, iReady and some professional development around Renaissance and our, what is it called? Our accelerated reader and our Start Reading and Start Math. And then 1.9 is our reading materials for our students with disabilities and our unhoused youth that do not have reading materials at home. So we do have libraries that we have equipped them with extra library books so they can have a more flexible checkout system for those students. And then 1.10, which is our multi-tiered system of support that allows us to see what tier needs more attention, which is tier 1 means that all our students are getting that support. Tier 2 means that they need some intervention or more support because whatever was being put down, they're not picking up. And then tier 3 means that they need possibly a student study team or a referral of some kind to support their learning. So our extended learning, here we are, our extended learning opportunity program and after school education and safety, our ACES program. Currently, we have 149 expanded learning classes district-wide. We have 17 intervention teachers working with students before and after school. These are other top themes that arise from our students and our classified staff. So our classified staff talked about intervention programs and tutoring, especially in reading and math. So one more time, these are some action steps. And our staff support, classified also talked about staff support, instructional aides and intervention teachers. And this is where I put the 38 instructional aides, 64 SPED instructional aides, and 29 healthcare assistants. So a total of 131 district-wide. Our after-school academic program instruction support systems. This is the LCAP action step 1.7. And then our students. This is some information from students. They would like academic programs and tools for reading, math, and tutoring supports. So we are addressing that in action step 1.7, 1.8, and across ELOP. They would like enrichment opportunities, more art, music, and clubs. So we're addressing that with Proposition 28, and ELOP and ACES should be up there as well. Differentiated support to help struggling students succeed. This is through the action steps of 1.7, 1.10, and 1.11. And we also implemented the College of Literacy district-wide. Our middle school teachers did a great job in really promoting the College of Literacy for our English learners. And we saw every single student progress, and we would check in with them we did for 8 weeks. And we would check in every single Friday. It was a virtual check-in. And then we took advantage and we talked to them a little bit, just a couple of empathy interviews, how they felt about reading and how they felt about reading these passages. And then we kind of like stretched them. We asked them to read at grade level, and they did really well. We're so proud of them. And this year we are working on creating a new pacing guide for English language arts and math that's aligned to our curriculum. So our second goal is school culture, climate, and student well-being. So we want to make sure that all our students are educated in a positive academic environment, and they feel safe and it's welcoming, drug-free, while also equipping them with necessary social and emotional skills to build that resiliency and thrive not only in equitable education environments, but also in their community and beyond. And some of our highlights are student support teams, which is our SST, our mental health and well-being, our counselors and social workers at all our school sites. At the My Savers data has really supported the multi-tiered system of support for social and emotional, and that professional development for the positive behavior intervention supports, restorative justice, and social and emotional learning has really supported those tiers. And the implementation of the second step and social and emotional curriculum and inclusion, and the after-school VAPA STEM sports, extended learning, that summer intervention program for elementaries and middle school, it really has supported our students' culture and climate and their well-being. I don't know if many of you have paid attention, but our cross-country team is pretty solid, and they are very proud of the work that they have done. I mean, like a lot of our sports, our baseball teams, our football, girls flag football, volleyball, you name it, they are very proud of that, the schools and their spirit, right? So our actions, for some of the actions for goal 2, proposed actions are our attendance initiative, our outreach consultants. We have our mental health supports, which is our staff to support social and emotional well-being, our multi-tier system of support, which facilitate and tell us where we need that support, either tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. And our universal screener, the My Savers, that also tells us where our students fall within the tiers. Educational partner feedback. Our teachers and administrators talked about that mental health and social and emotional learning supports with counselors, social workers, and currently we have we have 2 social workers, about 5 counselors, and we have screening to care. They're not called counselors, they're called specialists, but they still support that social and emotional well-being and mental health for our students. And we have a behavior specialist that that's at the district office, but is deployed to all our school sites. We have discipline systems and school-wide expectations through our positive behavior intervention supports and our restorative practices. These LCAP action items are 2.1, 2.4, and just to give you some idea, if 2.1, it talks about that professional development for that positive behavior intervention supports and the restorative practices. And 2.4 talks about school safety support, which is our supervisors and campus security. And just to name a few, and 2.6 talks about attendance initiative, which are our outreach consultants. So our parents also have that same concern of mental health, safety, and anti-bullying supports. And we also mentioned that in that professional development for positive behavior intervention supports and restorative practices. We mentioned also the behavior supports by using our behavior specialists in 211. And 212 is our, I'm sorry, 213 is our partnership programs. So currently we have over 50 partnerships across the San Diego that support our students in anything from meals to social and emotional learning and supports. So we do have, we just had the Women's Club that awarded a lot of our students in the middle schools with those scholarships, 34, I think we mentioned, 37. 34. So that's a great accomplishment and a great resource for our students in our community. The more feedback from our classified, they talked about student behavior support and discipline systems. So one more time, we address it in positive behavior interventions, mental health resources and social and emotional learning programs. 2.9 talks about purchase of supplemental materials. This is our second step, which are social and emotional learning curricula and the professional development around that, and camp safety and supervision. That's 2.4. Our students talked about mental health and behavior supports. So one of the things that they mentioned was inclusive spaces. So because we have the positive behavior intervention support system, that helps to create those inclusive spaces for our students. And also the restorative practices, right? How to support each other in those inclusive spaces. The physical activity and breaks, like I said, physical education is a state requirement and it's required in all elementary and middle school. And elementary students do have recess and they do play sports. And our middle school students have to eat every single day and they do get an opportunity to participate in sports if they would choose to in the after school ELAP programs or ACE programs. So basic needs supports, our students are always talking about food. They want to see, more pizzas and more, they don't want to see salads and I get it. I was a child, so my children were the same. So I do want to share that we do have a contract with Domino's Pizza. But because we do have to follow, like I said, it's not the Domino's pizza that we buy on a Friday night or a Saturday night that we're watching the sports or well, you guys watch the Padres, I watch my Dodgers. So I know. And we do have to follow the USDA guidelines and the California guidelines. There are the federal USDA guidelines and California guidelines of nutrition. But we do have a contract with Domino's.
Wait,
So that might make our students a little happy.
so they make the pizza with no cheese?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the special.
Like a man to know ingredients.
Yeah, to be deserved. I'm sorry. So our third goal is our parent engagement. And like I said, we have, our goal is to increase that engagement and involvement and to make sure that they become our educational partners. And some of the highlights, like our family first fairs, our back to school nights, we had 1,500 attendees district-wide. Our Title I parent meetings, 1,267 parents came to those in the beginning of the year. Our open houses towards the end of the year, we had 1,300 district-wide. And this was pretty impressive. The principals in the district talked to me about how many contacts they have, not just at the district, but at school sites, through Class Dojo, through weekly newsletters by principals, schools and teachers. You're talking about 38,700 contacts, at least 38,700 contacts. That's pretty impressive, up to date to this school year. So that's pretty impressive. So kudos to the schools and our district for making sure that we get information out there. Our parent conferences, we had 3,163 parents show up in our first conference in November. And then in our second conference in March, we had 1,934. Our STEM fair, we had the highest attendance in the history of our STEM fair. I think it's our 5th annual. So it was 3,200. that attended our STEM fair. Our Parent Institute for Quality Education, we had all sites participate and we had parents graduate. English classes here at our family center that were given by Southwestern College. Those are some highlights for our parent engagement. And these are some top themes that emerged. Parent involvement, teachers and administrators talked about communication methods. They want to see possibly texts, emails, and visible information at school sites and at the district office. So we are addressing that in LCAP action item 3.2 and 3.4. They talked about family engagement opportunities and more events. So we are using community schools and Proposition 28 to address some of that and LCAP action items as well. So we are combining our efforts. They also talked about welcoming school environments and trusting relationships. One more time, we're using our community schools and LCAP action items to address those needs for our teachers and administrators. And for our parents, they would like to see more refined communication. They want multiple platforms and advanced event notices. Currently, and I'm speaking as a principal, right? Especially when we're getting data for like our assemblies for recognitions, it's hard to give more than a week's notice because that data is coming in. It's coming in and we're making sure that all the students that qualify get recognized. So I do wanna give a shout out to the principals that try to get out the data as soon as possible, but sometimes it is hard. Cause when the end of the trimester finishes, we have report cards and then we have to have our recognitions. So be patient with our principals on that end, because I know that it can be difficult to get that out to you as soon as possible with a lot of advance notice. But what we can do is we can put them on our calendars ahead of time so you can prepare. Flexible participation options, that's being addressed in our LCAP action item 3.2. And just so you know, 3.2 is information on how to get involved into the school committees, our ELAC, EPACs, multi council, ELAC, etc. That is make sure that we have that information for parents on how to get involved. We've created flyers, we've created QR codes for parents to have that opportunity. We put them at all the school sites and we have them here at the district office. So if a parent comes in and asks, I don't know what DLAC is or what school site council, they can pick up a flyer and have a QR code that will directly direct them to the website where they have more information. Our engagement opportunities, they would like more workshops, volunteering, family events. We are addressing that through community schools and LCAP action items. And I do have to agree with Ms. Palestino, a big shout out to the parents that really worked. That La Mirada promotion was amazing. They did a great job. They put up that area in less than 10 minutes. It was very impressive, very impressive.
You missed today though. Today was the event.
Yes, oh. But it was amazing. So thank you. Some of the themes from classified, communication methods as well. They talked about robocalls and reminders and promoting school events. And like I said, we do have all those contacts and we are continuing to address that in our LCAP action items and expand family engagement and events, community schools and our LCAP and welcoming environments and trusting relationships also through our community schools and our LCAP. Our parents also talked about, did I already do that? I didn't have it. Yes. That should be students. Sorry, that should be students. Sorry, that should be students. So students want to see family events and activities at school. So I do apologize, that should be students. And we are addressing that through community schools and LCAP. And they want to see, students want to see communication to families, reminders, flyers, and messages. This is from our students. So we are addressing that. We should also put their community schools and also action item 3.4. And they want to see more welcoming and inclusive school environments for their families. So we are addressing that through the community schools and our action steps. So one more time, I do apologize, that is from our students. So these are some actions for this year. Parent learning opportunities for all these back to school nights, open houses, dual language, all this information for parents. We budgeted 12,000 and our estimated actual is 87,000. Our parent and community support provide parents with opportunities to provide input on decisions through involvement in site and district committees. That doesn't cost us anything except our time, so it's time well spent. And translation support is our interpreters and our translators that you see at every board meeting, at every DLEC meeting, and meetings where they are needed. We estimate our budget expenditure was 318,000 and we estimated 315. Wow. So our data-driven and research-focused next steps, this is what we're hoping to really focus on next year with this proposed LCAP, is to align our local assessments with the state assessments district-wide and implement those practice tests and resources for our students to practice before they take that test. Professional development, really focusing on that instructional design and our multi-tiered system of support for both our elementaries and our middle schools around language arts and math. And targeted attendance recovery programs, foundational reading skills and literacy focus for kinder through third grade. And we do want to try to bring it in for our upper grades as well, because we do have a lot of newcomers and students that do struggle with reading. So we want to support our upper grade teachers to be able to support our students. And continue professional development for the dual language program and English language development. And continue with the community schools implementation. We are up to 5 schools. La Mirada was just awarded this year. And we're 4 and now we're 5. So we just acquired a new literacy coaches through our literacy grant. And that kicks off August, actually. We have some, well, actually, no, it kicks off next week. We have a whole day of planning with Sacramento County Office of Education that's going to support us through this process. And then we have our middle school that is currently in the targeted support status, but we're hoping that next year we will no longer be in that status. And one of these reasons is the CEI, which is the Community Engagement Initiative at San Ysidro Middle School. So this is what I have for you today. So San Ysidro School District together, and I do believe that together we provide a quality education and opportunity for all students to succeed.
Thanks, Connie.
You're welcome.
I do have a comment.
Yeah.
Or question comment. First of all, I'm really always impressed with the presentations that you give. What's most impressive is the comprehensive data that you've collected in terms of the recommendations from every stakeholder, including our students.
Yes.
One thing I do want to add, and I know I'm glad Mr. Gustavo Lopez brought this up, but I am going to see how we can support his music enrichment program. So I want to include that in our LCAP as well.
Yes.
Obviously he is fantastic, and for him to come up and to make a comment like that, we have to listen. So whatever he wants, I'll support. So let's put that in the picture. I think having that maybe obviously at this is Del Mar, but especially having it at Sims.
Middle schools, yeah.
Sims particularly, any child that's in music, theater, and dance is an A and B student. So we gotta incorporate that. So let's listen to him and let's see what we can do to work together.
Yes, sir.
I wanna just quickly chime in. I wanna echo Mr. Martinez's remarks. I think music and arts is absolutely fundamental. And so I'm excited to support that. And then I did have a question on the chronic absenteeism.
Yes, sir.
I think in the past we had, maybe it was last year, and the supplies. We had asked to see if there was some sort of study that was done on why we continue to see a trend there.
We did some empathy interviews.
Okay.
And we did see a lot of students that they were just struggling with even coming to school.
Right.
And just that part of leaving their home and coming to school was something that they did talk about that scared them.
Okay.
Some of our students, but I will look into that data and I will present it to you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, even if it's included in our, weekly, yeah,
Okay.
weekly board, I mean, I'm not looking for I can digest the data, I just wanna understand where that is. And then additionally, if there's, you know, any resource that can be provided, I think the most important thing is getting our kids to school. And how we support our families doing that.
We are working with the county office of education,
Right.
Mr. Arias, and we do have a differentiated assistance team.
Right.
And we are working with ideas. Some of the ideas that we came up with was definitely that personal touch, reaching out and visiting homes and making sure that those families felt that we care.
Right.
That we care. That was one of the top priorities. And another thing was addressing our parents, see if how we can bring some supports and work with Sweetwater and the parent education center, see if we can bring some trades
Right.
to support that piece as well for our parents to find some work or different things that they can do.
Right, and I'm happy to reach out to some of our colleagues on the Sweetwater board, and happy to extend that there. You know, during my time at the district attorney's office, there's extensive research and data that supported that in middle school, it's a pivotal point. In guiding a child on the right path into adulthood. And so we need to be doing whatever we can be doing with our middle schools to support these children before they go into high school and they go to a path where we should no longer assist. So, you have my full commitment to help there, whatever is necessary. I think that's important as well.
And Mr. Marcus, would you explain what we think is a deviation in the data in our synergy data system for attendance and the lack of duplicity in the boxes that needed to be checked?
Yeah, one of the things that, as you know, last year, it was reported about a percentage of about 36% on chronic absenteeism. But we had a 92% attendance rate. So as part of the differentiated assistant and meeting with San Diego County and doing the analysis with the data, mathematically that just didn't work out right. You're gonna have 36% chronic absenteeism. And let me just give a little background on that. Chronic absenteeism meaning that the student is more than 10% absent. Okay, so we do have an issue with that, but not at the 36%. So Mr. Ramos started investigating, looking at the data, looking at the systems. We actually, with the support in that time with Mr. Little, we actually went to every school site, interviewed every principal, and started looking at procedures as to how we were taking attendance. It happened that in a conversation with the actual state, it was determined that our procedures to record the independent contracts was not done completely. So we were recording independent contracts. We did receive the ADA associated with the attendance recovery, but the chronic absenteeism data, the credit for the independent contract days was not credited to the district. So we ended up in differentiated assistance by a 0.6% on increase in chronic absenteeism. Right now, the data that you received today at 24.4, the current data that I calculated with Ms. Rodriguez today. So there's a drop, but what is most importantly also is our OCs have been working in remediating, because we found out towards the end of the middle of the school year that there was an error, not that we knew, but if we figure out that it was an error in not recording it in a different location in the synergy. So we had to record it in 2 different windows, and it was only recorded in 1. Now, how long this has been going on? I cannot tell you. It's just working with Ms. Cephas from San Diego County. She did mention that apparently there's other districts that have that disparity between attendance and chronic absenteeism, but the numbers do not add up. Okay, so that has been corrected. We're looking to an improvement from last year in chronic absenteeism. Right now, the numbers reflect over 10%.
Well, piggying back a little bit with both, Mr. Antonio and Mr. Arias. Tony, I thought also your presentation was very detailed, it was great. I only want to ask about these items that you keep, bringing, which is the action items. Is there a list that you have?
Yes.
Because I was trying to write them down when you were reading them. Just so I can go back and just know which is which. Perfect.
It's in the LCAP as well, but yes, there is.
Oh, in the LCAP.
The LCAP action items.
Oh, okay, so in another report? Not in the presentation, no report.
Yes.
So the actual LCAP
Uh-huh.
report, the actual 1.2 will be under goal 1.
Okay, so for next meeting?
So the local control accountability plan, the LCAP, is linked in the board agenda, the full document. It's just over 100 pages.
Okay.
And so, under the umbrella of the 3 goals that our district has, there's action items under each of the 3 goals. And so when you get to each action item in the LCAP, you can actually see the, when you get to each goal, you can see the action items. And so the presentation is an abbreviated summary of the overall LCAP. And the district's LCAP is just over 100 pages. So I would have to also echo the incredibly hard work that Ms. Rodriguez has done to update our LCAP and aggregate all of the data to see how we're doing with each of our goals.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I was trying to go to the links, but I'll look for it later. I want to also congratulate Sims for that 9% increase in math. Wow. Oh my gosh, that means a lot. 9% math, it means a lot. So congratulations, Sims. My question is how? How did you guys met this goal? Did you guys have more interventional support, more aids?
It's a combination of things. Since the beginning of the school year, our resource teachers have been assigned to different sites. I will have to give credit to Ms. Adriana Aguilar, resource teacher who was assigned to specifically for mathematics at both middle schools. Part of the work that was created with the teacher in collaboration in the San Diego County was to actually come out with a pacing guide that is aligned with the assessments. There's still work to be done to continue, but definitely that was one of the key factors that has come to play. That was mentioned earlier, the data is still coming in. It's still preliminary, it's almost complete. So we still need to sit down and analyze it more closely. But definitely there's areas of growth, there's areas of need of.
Well, that was an amazing teamwork. So I hope that the positions that we have in place to support that, we can keep them. And also, well, returning back to a little bit of what Mr. Arias said about the ADA attendance. Do you happen to know if there's, I don't know, a big population or a big percentage of students that might be special ed, that could be that population that are not the ones coming to school because they don't want to come? And I say this because that is exactly my case with my special needs student. Yes, it has been an ongoing problem during the school year. And so maybe there's something in the special ed department that we can also work on.
Well, like I said, Ms. Peraza, we do have differentiated assistance for students with disabilities and our unhoused youth. Those are 2 groups that are really that are in the red for chronic absenteeism. So you are correct. We are working with the special ed department. They are part of our differentiated assistance team, and our outreach consultants are also part of our differentiated assistance team as well.
Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, and I know that IEPs are where it needs to be addressed. So maybe a special director can mention it also in the IEPs. And sorry, I have questions. I see we do have a great also outcome with parent engagement. This year, we have more parents coming and I love it. I'm just not sure if do you see the same outcome in Willow Elementary? Do you think we have an increase of parents coming to Willow since we have been hearing the comments during the whole year.
I have overall totals, but I will look at Willow.
Okay, yes, and I see that for parent engagement, we actually spend less money than we projected. Did we? I think we did.
Yes.
So the budget expenditure was $12,000 and the estimated actual is what? Oh, no, actually the other way around. Oh, yeah, so never mind. Never mind on that, but maybe we can just focus a little bit more on Willow for the future. And 1 second. Okay, so for the LCAP goal 1, I know we say on page, it doesn't have a number.
It should.
I guess page 9. Oh yeah, it does, page 9. So it says the number of resources required. What does exactly that means?
Teachers.
Okay.
Teachers or staff members for a school site.
Okay.
And then usually goes through HR.
Got it. Okay. I was thinking maybe 8. So thank you for answering. And I know we're jumping to the 40-60 model next year for dual language immersion.
Yes.
I remember we had these workshops before, like 2 years ago. I don't know if we have had them lately. We had, I don't know.
Oh, for the committee?
Yes.
We have them for the teachers.
For the GLEC? No, there was a workshop. What was the name?
The dual language workshops?
It was like 3 years ago. I think Miss and I was there too. Yeah.
County people that came.
It's the county.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Are we having those?
We're building the program with the teachers.
Okay.
And we can definitely bring that back, yes.
I thought that those committees were amazing. And so we can also have an update. I know we had a 3-year plan, so it seems that we're already in the 3rd year. So it will be just great to follow up if we can do that, supporting this goal number 1. And yes, so page 10, you were mentioning that we have right now a total of 138 aides that we have this year. Do we have a plan in place with probably some of the reductions that we will have for next year? Do we have a number already in mind? Do we have a plan with the aides that we're gonna
Number of aides?
number of aides that we're gonna have next year in total, because I think we were counting 17 intervention teachers, 38 instructional aides.
Okay, so in terms of the instructional aids, we have a combination of instructional aids and TK programs where they're full-time. And then we have instructional aids in the preschool program, or part-time instructional aids. There's also instructional aids through Title I that our administrators hire part-time instructional aids to support their classes. In the area of special ed, that's based on the needs of the IEPs. And that's something that I have been working with Mr. Quintana and Ms. Villescas from the special education department to determine needs and adjustments. We are also looking to, are diminishing, the staffing from agencies and doing it more through our in-house staff. So that's something that we're working through human resources. So as we are reevaluating our budget and our needs, we're always in communication to address basically how efficient we are, right? Do we need more, do we need less? Basically, in special ed, it's based through the needs or through the IEPs.
Yes.
Evaluation teams and that. Instructional healthcare assistance also is based on that. It's based on the need.
Great, so I just mentioned it because it is our goal number one, and it is the first thing that teachers and parents are talking about that we need. It's the number one thing that everybody's asking for. So I think it's very important for not to drop the ball and just to at least have the same amount of aides that we just have with this year seems that it was successful. And again, echoing also Mr. Arias with the music programs. I mean, I think I already said it before, we should just use Prop 28 funds. We just need to use them. We just need to use that prop exactly for what it is and for people who are already working in our district instead of hiring outside contracts and just focusing on our own. I know we already agreed to a contract, but I don't know if there's something else we can do about it. Yeah, again, also on the parent feedback, going back to the more tutoring, more programs, goes back to having the same instructional aids. And this was on page 12. Yes. And oh yeah, so parents do want more communication, more outlets to have clear communication, basically. So what outlets will those be? Will we do a different thing? Or is every school gonna do the same thing? So people don't get confused, because I know every school does something different. What's the plan?
So 5 out of our 7 schools are community schools.
Okay.
And they're gonna be working side by side with their committees to make sure that they bring in the parents and bring them into the school sites and listen to them, like what they need for their schools. So it's important.
Okay, so each school will, okay.
And they have their own plans. Each school has their own plan, but part of that plan has to be that community engagement piece.
Got it. And lastly, I just don't see the mainstream option for more parent participation on meetings or coffee with the principal. And mainstreaming, I mean, you know, the 2 options, being in person and at the same time in a Zoom meeting. I know that was part of the survey, since I also was kind of part of it, and I also answer it. Was there any feedback on that?
Well, these are just themes that emerged. When these themes emerge, it means that a certain amount of parents have had the same responses. So these were some of the same responses. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, because I just think it's, you know how I feel this kind of. Yes. And actually, Mr. Bandy did it in a coffee with the principal, and it was great. I thought it was more successful, more parent input. There was people talking in the room, and there was people talking in the Zoom call, and I was part of the Zoom call. And there was very good feedback between everyone. So I think we should try to have that in each school if possible. And yeah, other than that, yeah, I'm just very happy about the math increase. That's amazing. So kudos to SIMS. Yes, thank you.
Okay, just, yeah, I won't take too long. Having been a teacher here for so many years, I've lived through so many LCAPs, and I just wanna commend you because I've never seen it so thorough and so explicit as to how we're gonna work to improve, student instruction. I have heard teachers, share that they really appreciate the opportunities for program design. And I think that's essential when it comes to sharing ideas with each other, because for years, as an educator, I felt isolated. I would just go in my classroom, and if I had these great ideas, like I didn't have a forum to share them. And so that's what really makes school districts work well, when you really become experts at the grades that you teach. I really appreciate that our school systems now really look at educators and match them with where they really should be. I could never have passed 6th or 7th or 8th grade. My hat's off to educators and teenagers. They are freshman species, and it takes a special person. But I had the patience of the world to teach a 5-year-old. Even if they ask me 100 times how to do the same thing that I explained 1,000 times. So I think that that's really critical. And I know when we brought the sci-fi, it is a program that has opened doors for those opportunities, not just to collaborate, but do the data analysis. When you understand how students are learning or students are not learning, that is the only way you can support a child, because that's where you really understand. And we understand as educators that test scores are not everything. I was not a good test taker, but yet I could perform academically well in my classes. But when it came to taking tests, that was a whole different story. To scaffold education for students is critical. So I really think that that's one of the key that probably has given us the opportunity to see growth in math. Math is probably one of the most difficult subjects across the board. And you hear a lot of students talk about their struggles in math, and if you can't scaffold, something that's so abstract, which is why I taught kinder, because I wanted to manipulate those numbers so they really get it. My classroom may have looked like a mess, but they were learning, because I remember math their way, it was math their way and math their way of teaching. And it was a philosophy that at first everybody said, there's chaos. I want order. I want quiet. But when children are not talking to each other and collaborating, it's the same story as an adults not collaborating and working together. So I truly appreciate the VAPA program. Music really, truly, I've done some research and had always yearned to be able to have music classes throughout my schooling, but that was not a privilege. But it does engage both sides of the brain.
Yes, it does.
And I understand that we are doing some VAPA programming this year that also gives more opportunities for another educator in the classroom working with kids. When I participated in the kinder promotion yesterday, many of them said their favorite program was the sci-fi and the VAPA. And kids are coming to school because of those programs. We know they should be coming because they're gonna learn math, reading, writing, right? That in the eyes of a child, in the eyes of a young adult, they know it's a must do.
Yes.
Remember we used to do must do, must have. They don't want must do. They want, can I have? Can I do this? And this is going to really support my education. So I know as a member of the delegate assembly, we met in Sacramento. We're talking about programs called SOS. And at first I thought, you're sending more help, good, but said, no, really focusing on serving our children to the maximum. So I think when we have an LCAP that is really thoroughly explained and we have collaboration from all teams, this is what's gonna make us really get our kids to stay in school. And I totally understand hearing the young girl share about her episode into depression. There's a lot of that, and we need to address it. And we need to know that now we are working with children who lived through the most scariest moments of our lives in this world. And they have to handle that now. And maybe they kept quiet for years. So we have to make sure we address our students' mental, needs and adults too, because it's across the board. So I really look forward to the many programs that we're going to offer our kids. And one of my speeches that I always give parents is this. I tell them your kid has to come to school 180 days a year. They already get 185 days vacation. Think about 185 days vacation. When in other countries, for example, Japan, when I visit their public schools, they go to school more than 235 days. Any additional day of learning and math and arts is included and music is included. You hear about young Japanese children, they are playing the piano, they're playing instruments at a young age of 4 or 5. So we really have to impound that through our social media, like, okay, 175 more school days, and you still have those 185 vacation days. Sometimes when we look at it like that and we remind parents that you already have a lot of time off, then it really makes it critical to be there 180 days of school, because that's what's going to make a difference between the child, even the child who struggles. We're going to be able to notice their struggles and give them the support that they need. I always say, and no matter where I am at, I'm always proud of our community, our students, how we teach our community. And I have run into 10 former students at promotions I've attended throughout San Diego who are proudly coming to me. They break out their kindergarten picture, they have it in their camera rolls, and they tell me, I'm at San Marcos, I'm a psychiatrist now, I'm working for my PhD, I'm doing this, and I'm just thinking, it all had to do because we worked as a team. The district with parents, teachers, and always making the children number one. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
I also want to know, because before the LCAP, when I was a parent, I used to go to the meetings, and then afterwards they had another person presented, and it was interesting how see that they did it in Spanish and English, but you had a board where there were sheets where you could put up what you found, what were the problems you thought you had, or you didn't understand, and they would go through that, and that's how I learned about what the LCAP was, but also the DLAB. It was a person who gave us a lot of information, but always stood up for the parents and said, okay, you have this complaint, but they would say, well, this is what the principal told me. And I remember this very, very, very every time I think about it. They no, they shouldn't be telling you that. And that person would take down the name and the school and say, I talked to the superintendent and have them talk to the principals, because they should not be telling you that or guiding you. That's why you have a committee. That's why we're here, to show you and tell you what the programs are about and how it's led by policy regulations and what your rights are also. So I look at it now and I think, yeah, I remember those days. But this is more because this explicitly tells us exactly and what the results have come out, which is very important. So I know it wasn't easy for you and your staff, but I want to say thank you to you and to Mr. Ramos and Mr. Borges, all of you, because I know it's not easy, but thank you, because this is very thorough, and it really, to me, it gives me a lot of faith in what we've done and continue to do, and we will continue as long as you don't get tired doing that. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'll flip thesis for your PhD.
Yeah.
How LCAP supports learning and success outcomes. There's the name of your dissertation.
Madam President, I'd like to propose a 5-minute recess for a bathroom break.
Okay.
Yeah.
For our presentation.
For our next. I'll make the motion.
I'll second that motion.
Good roll.
Okay, so motion made by Mr. Antonio.
Cover all the bases.
Second by various.
Aye.
100 pages behind it. Which is even better.
Yeah.
Madam President, we are back.
Okay, we're back from break at 8:47.
8:47 P.M.
Thank you. So we're on now 6.2, 26-27 proposed budget presented by Chief Business Official Marilyn Peterson.
Good evening, Board President, Mrs. Lopez, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and community. Tonight, the business department will present the 26-27 proposed budget. We're bringing forward our current history of fiscal stability and responsible financial management. For about 5 years, we have certified positive and presented balanced budget. For district annual external audits, 4 years of no financial audit findings, 3 years of no financial audit findings. 2 audit findings for 24-25, 2 procedural findings for found nutrition and geobond, and the district needs to rebuild our reserves. This slide continues with the current history of fiscal stability. In 2023, for geobond rating, we received an A3 with a positive outlook, and then 2 years after that, A2 with stable outlook. And in 2026, for the Moody's ratings, we continued with an A2, but with a negative outlook. Moody's will reevaluate in 2027 after December 26 district budget positive certification. For general obligation bond audit, no financial audit finding for the past 5 years. And for the San Diego County Taxpayers Association bond transparency report cards, the last 3 years, A+, and in 21-22 of A minuses. Factors impacting the district's budget. We are all familiar with this slide. The low state COLA, cost of living adjustment. We need about 4% year after year to cover our continued natural increase in operating costs. So for 26-27, the May revise includes a 2.87% COLA. In 27-28, a 3.30% COLA, and in 28-29, a 3.09% COLA. At the state level, the governor did talk about increasing the 26-27 COLA by 1.44% for a total of 4.31%, and the 1.44% is to cover the paid pregnancy leave. So we were advised from our common message to only include the 2.87% in our proposed budget. The CFED enrollment historical data, 9-year declining enrollment, just a little bit under 600 students. So that equals a loss of $9 million year after year. This slide shows the state of California and different sections or counties in California of declining enrollment, so that the red and the pink areas and the blue are stable or increasing in enrollment. So approximately 70% of California school districts are in declining enrollment. This slide shows the special education cost, the projected cost for next year for 26-27. It did increase to 16.7 million, an increase of about 1.2 million from 25-26 to 26-27. We are receiving about 4.9 million in federal and state revenue. And the general fund contribution increased to 11.8 million. We do anticipate year after year, $500,000 to $1 million per year in special education costs. And our enrollment has increased to 20%, where the state average is 15%. And this is our timeline to restore to a positive budget certification. We are here tonight for the 26-27 proposed budget. And you'll see that the district budget is financially stable. And then on June 18th, we'll bring to the board the 26-27 adopted budget. And then in December of 2026, the 26-27 first interim financial report, which will show a positive budget certification. Now we move on to the proposed district budget for 26-27. The district operates 19 funds. You see the various funds here with the different titles. So we always focus on Fund 0100, which is the general fund, which is most of the presentation tonight. We have a 0800, which is for our ASBs, our Associated Student Body. They have their own fund. Child Development Fund is preschool. So for preschool, we did budget $1 million, which is half of what we have for the 25-26 budget. And that's due to the declining enrollment in preschool. Cafeteria fund is fund 1300, and we've budgeted about 3.6 million in the cafeteria fund. So you can see the various fund numbers and description. We have 8 object codes, 1000 series certificated salaries, 2000 is classified salaries, the 3000s are the benefits. 4,000 books and supplies, 5,000 services and other operating expenditures. So that's mainly our contracts, like software licenses, utilities, 6,000 capital outlays. So that's primarily construction. 7,000 other outgo, other financing uses, and the 8,000 represent our revenues. We have 25 different site and department codes. We have set aside the 500 series for just salary and benefits, and the 300 series for construction projects. So we're able to pull data easily by the location code. For 26-27, we project revenues at 80.6 million, 75% at 60.7 million primary source of revenue, LCFF. Federal revenue, 2.7 million, which represents 4% of the revenue budget. State revenues, 12.2 million, 15% of the revenue budget. And local revenue, about $5 million at 6%. For the projected expenditures, we estimate 79 million for next year. The salary and benefit cost makes up about 81% of our general fund overall budget. You can see it's the majority of our budget resides in payroll. For the multi-year projection, I highlighted the very first row in orange. That represents the carryover or the beginning fund balance from 25-26. So right now we are working through closing the books for 25-26. So we hope to land with a ending fund balance for this current fiscal year of 114,000. But that number is still unknown. That can change. As we move through this slide, you see that 26-27, we are not meeting the reserve. We are short by about $400,000. And that's depending the TK enrollment. So we have to see how many TK students will receive, and hopefully it covers this 414,000.
Just how many students to cover that?
We need 202 TK students. 202. Each TK's enrollment is about $20,000. Yeah.
Okay.
Does the special ed increase come into the general fund?
Yes.
General fund? Okay,
The special education costs?
right.
Yes, because we contribute 11 million, 12 million.
I think she asked about expenditures. There's a new increase projected in the comes to the general fund. No, company special ed and then we're gonna.
Okay, yeah, well, because I'm saying because if there was an increase from the state, it was for special ed. So now the ADA will be more, the percentage went up pretty good. So for the AB 602 base funding.
Right.
So that doesn't count on this one.
Well, it's a proposal, the increase in AB 602.
Yeah,
The proposal, and the proposal is 1,340 for ADA. So that, if that happens, then it decreases the general fund contribution.
Right. Yeah. I'm just going through the last one, the third interim, versus each page, and the difference is huge on everything. Because we have estimated total expenditures for $101 million, and now it went down to 78.
Yes, and that's because in the third interim, it includes carryover budget. The proposed only includes what's projected for the allocations for the current 26-27 fiscal year. Does not include carryover because we're still closing the books for 25-26.
Okay.
Move on. So in 27-28 and 28-29, we do project a positive budget certification.
Can you repeat that, please?
Which one?
What you just said?
So the 26-27 proposed budget only includes 26-27 allocations. It does not include.
And what you said about
the next part.
the next part. And be positive.
Oh, we both already had What really matters.
I just wanted to see what kind of student I was. You already started.
And Miss Adrian, in December of this year, the blue box possibly will be yellow too, positive,
Yes,
which will be all 3 years positive.
that's correct.
You keep going in that direction.
Yeah, you need to be positive. So what's incorporated in the 26-27 proposed budget, this chart shows everything that's included. The funded LCFF COLA, 2.87% in 26-27, 27-28, 3.30%, and 28-29, 3.09%. We have the STRS employee rates. It's been consistent at 19.10%, and the PERS employee rates continue to rise. And then we have the various rate. We are required to set aside and contribute to the routine restricted maintenance account of 30%. Okay, the 26-27 budget revenue assumptions. We have the same rates listed here. We did project enrollment, a slight decline of 70% or 1.80% and a loss of approximately $1 million. We have been consistent with our enrollment. So we gained about 10 students from last year to this year. So I do project we will be stable again.
Okay. So why does it say -7?
Yes, so we always project conservatively for our enrollment, just in
Okay,
case,
that's
yeah,
good.
just to be conservative.
And it doesn't include SDC students.
Does not, because the ratios are different for SDC students. For the teacher to student ratio.
Oh,
Yeah, it's different from the regular ed
students.
States are served the classroom.
Mhm.
For the 26-27 budget expenditure assumptions, we do estimate 2%, just the natural stepping column movement of 2% equals about 1.2 million. You have the various statutory benefits listed here. We did increase the cap for health and welfare. And it represents for 26-27, 13,260 is the new cap, where it was 11,500 was the old cap. So that's an increase of 800,000 across all employees that are full-time. And the total estimated health and welfare amount of 6 million. That's the total cost for health and welfare cap.
Okay, plus the increase in salaries, right? Or at least, or this is the total amount for everything, or this is just for?
This is just for the health and welfare. Yeah. We do budget for the retired employees' health benefits of 467,000, and our actuarial liability is 16.6 million, and that's the OPEB, the other post-employment benefit. Our substitute teacher daily rate, $200 per diem. Operating cost did increase slightly. It's at 2.1 million estimated for next year. And then you have the various indirect cost rates for categorical programs at 8.43% and child nutrition at 6.38%.
Did the substitute rate went up? Or is it the same?
No, it's the same.
Okay.
The board did approve the budget reduction plan for next year of 4.8 million. And this, all components have been built into the 26-27 proposed budget. We're just pending is the TK amendment. And this is the budget development timeline. So once the state adopts their budget, districts have 45 days to bring to the board a budget revision. Because still pending is the one-time funding for discretionary block grants and other components of the proposed budget. So that'll come forward to the board, will be presented to the board in July or August. And September is the 25-26 unaudited actuals report. And then in December, our 26-27 first interim budget report, where we will be positive. And we will need to adopt a 27-28 budget reduction plan. In January, governor's state proposed budget will be released and presented. In February, 27-28 projected enrollment and possible certificated and classified layoff resolutions, part 1. And then in March, we have layoff resolutions, part 2. And then 26-27 second interim budget report. In April or May, we have the final layoff resolutions. In May, we have the LCAP annual review public hearing and the governor's May revised state budget. In June, public hearings for 27-28 proposed budget and proposed LCAP and the adoption as well. For the governor's state May revised budget, information does not include the assemblies of proposed budget. And the Senate proposed state budget has not been released. And the final state budget not yet adopted. So that's supposed to happen at the end of June. For the state budget adoption. For the common message, which is developed by the Business and Administration Services Committee, provides guidance regarding governor's May revised state budget. So LEAs were only allowed to include a 2.87% COLA in our 27-28 budget. And the districts will need to bring a 45-day budget revision to the board after the state budget is adopted. The next couple slides are just a few summary or key points of the May revise. The 25-26 does not include the full Prop 98 level of 125.1 billion. It is short by about $3.9 billion, and they call that a settle up. So the governor would owe us all districts 3.9 billion statewide, and that usually comes in the form of cash instead of implementing a cash deferral. That's when they wouldn't implement a cash deferral to pay us back. It's in the form of cash. That's what normally happens. So instead of implementing a cash deferral, they won't do the cash deferral to pay us back for the settle up.
Say that in other words.
What was that?
It's one-time money, basically.
Right.
Basically, yes, but so obviously we
They
can't,
push the cash to the next fiscal year,
yeah,
so to settle up, they'll rescind the cash deferral.
got it. Which means we have to be careful because we don't put one-time money in recurring expenditure.
Right,
That's how
exactly.
you end up in a deficit.
Right.
Sorry, Marilyn, I'm on hour 12 of work.
I know, me too.
I'm like, not computing in my brain.
That was a common core. That's common core math. We all have the same things. Oh, man, this is now. Also a proposal of Prop 98 rainy day fund, a mandatory deposit totaling 8.7 billion. Along with a discretionary deposit of 1.6 billion into the state Proposition 98 rainy day fund. The COLA of 2.87 statutory COLA. And I did mention the 1.44% for the paid pregnancy disability leave, which equals a 4.31%. The difficulty with the 1.44%, it would be hard to break it out when we sit at the table for negotiations, to track it separately. The increase in special education base rate, new statewide proposed base rate of 1,340 per ADA for self-bus. And that's the one that Ms. Pedasa mentioned. That's our proposal.
They say it's a historic increase.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's at, I think 999 currently.
Yeah, now per ADA, I think it's gonna be 1,340.
Right. Our ADA is 3,868.
Really, that increase is pretty good. Yeah, and also other things, for programs, specialists, state mental health services, low incident funding, preschool special education grant. Those are pretty good too. So we can actually invest more in special ed, which is amazing.
Oh, the cost of special ed went up.
Right, so that just reduces
Right.
the contribution from the general fund.
But what do you need the cost like?
The 16.7 million,
Yeah.
it went up by 1.2 million from this current fiscal year to next year. It's at this current fiscal year.
Of what our district needs?
The total cost for special ed in 25-26 is 15.5 million. And in 26-27, it's 16.7 million.
That explains why. That explains why they increase it.
So left us exactly where we're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the truth is, special ed has been historically underfunded to the point where at the federal government, they've grossly neglected special ed for decades. So in order for us to really catch up, have to be the federal government keeping the promises they made 30, 40 years ago. That's the truth. So.
Yeah.
And I would echo Mr.
That's
Martinez's sentiment.
Supposed to give us 40%.
In that the number one issue with our budget and keeping our budget stable is the cost of the special education of 11.8 million that we're looking at for next year. That's unfunded. It's an unfunded portion of special education. And then the second biggest issue is the declining enrollment, which is another 9 million.
of loss of revenues. So when you put those two together, you're looking at a $20 million offset. That our district and most districts in the state of California are having to deal with.
So we need to advocate way better in the coast to coast meeting over there in Washington, right? We need more advocate. Over there. I mean in general, California in general. Okay.
So on the federal side, this chart shows some of the programs that the federal administration plans to maintain. So we have Title I, which affects us, will be maintained. We don't have charter schools, and the career technical, that's for high schools. The programs that the federal administration plans to eliminate. For us, we will be affected by the elimination of IDEA preschool, the supporting effective instruction state grants, which is Title II, student support and academic enrichment grants, Title IV, education for homeless children and youth, which is formerly known as McKinney-Vento, and English language acquisition, Title III. So that's on the docket for elimination and no proposal at this time. This slide shows the dollar amount that would affect us. We still have listed here the National School Lunch Program for CEP. If the federal government plans to restructure the CEP and we do not meet the requirements, that could be a loss of $360,000 for a district. The education for homeless children, $78,000. Title I will be maintained. Title II, a loss of $160,000. Title III, $300,000. Title IV, $100,000. And for the IDEA Special Education Preschool Grant, we could lose $56,000. For the current special education preschool cost, it's approximately $1 million for 3 classes for special ed preschool. And the district is transitioning to transitional kindergarten. Which will receive for TK, if we transition the preschool sped to TK sped, each student will generate $20,000. This child nutrition program, the possible shift from CEP to the free and reduced meal application, that's a revenue loss of $360,000. And that would affect the reduction in staffing and reduction in hours. And approximately 30% of students would not be eligible for free and reduced meals. So in July or August, once the state adopts their budget, the May revise did include language in regards to a discretionary block grant. In January, the proposal for the block grant was $2.8 billion, and the governor's May revise it increased to $5 billion. So the actual amount is still to be determined, and we would know that once the state adopts their budget. The one-time funding is not recommended by CDE, FICMAT, and SDCOE for ongoing employee costs. The discretionary block grant could generate 1.9 million to 3.3 million in one-time funding. So we would like to bring forward to the board as an action item a 26-27 budget commitment, and that's in the form of a resolution. To set aside a district reserve to increase it by about 1.5 million to 1.79 million to increase our reserve, which is a recommendation from Moody's to increase it to 5%, to save the child nutrition meals the 360,000. Set aside for declining enrollment, 350,000, and the district, an instructional materials adoption, curriculum adoption. And that would be anywhere from 400,000 to 800,000. So that would happen in July or August.
My only recommendation, Marilyn, is speak with both the teachers and classified staff to ensure that we're sharing our minds in terms of potential options and how to spend the one-time money. I don't want it to seem as if it's admin down, where the admin is essentially telling everyone how they're gonna spend the one-time money. It needs to be a collaborative effort, especially with the classified staff, who obviously we need to have that conversation with them sooner rather than later. And but definitely make sure that we're all on the same page on how we spent every cent of that one-time money.
Yeah, thank you.
So Marilyn, so when do we adopt the final budget?
Our budget?
Yes,
June 18th.
June
Next week.
18th?
Yes.
But I thought the final governor revision is on July, isn't it on July? I mean, June 28th.
There's a period where we can amend our budgets.
Oh, because of the next, isn't it the next presentation on 20?
No, June 18th is the
No,
election.
for the, so. mm,
Yeah, it's an unusual
The
structure.
closing the books presentation from the SSC, the School Service of California, it's on June 23rd. Isn't that the closing the books of the governor budget?
Oh, I think that's where they talk about the 26, 27, the School Services of California.
Right.
In July, we do have a budget workshop in July.
Okay.
With School Services of California, and that's where SSC will present the state adopted budget for 26, 27. Yeah, but the state needs to adopt their budget by June 30th this month.
Okay.
Thanks, Brandon.
If I could just add something real quick, I understand the frustration because it's one of the long-going battles in finance and education in the state of California is that school district must adopt their budget prior to the June 30th official adoption from the state.
Yeah.
In essence, you're adopting your best estimates, what you're doing. And then once the governors and the legislature adopt the budget by June 30th, then the district has 45 days to adopt a supplemental or like a revised budget. So sometimes people get frustrated because it's layers and layers of work in that, but it is what it is. And rather, we know that if you're still guys around that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Makes sense.
doing that.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Gore, I have one question for you. While I really like you and I enjoy having you here.
When are you not
When
gonna
are
be
you
here?
not gonna be here?
You can ask that, you can take it from me.
Take it from me, my
I
friend.
just wanted to look at that slide for my mental health. Where was that? Well, I have an expectation personally that the team is committed to finding a way to have a positive certification in December. And I would anticipate that the district and the County Office of Education have a good discussion about what would be the next steps that are necessary. I'm cautiously optimistic that would be my last meeting with the San Ysidro district in this particular function. I could come for birthdays and other things. But see, now you birthdays very nice. But no, I would hope that just like everybody here, the goal is to get it into positive status at the first possible available time in December. And then you go back to being in charge of 100% of your actions, and that's what we all want.
Is there an involvement by Figment for, do they have to come back and do some kind of a closing
No, not
evaluation?
necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. The only thing that might have a potential layer on it is if the district is because of financial issues or how things are sorting out at that time of the first interim in December. If it doesn't look like the numbers are still real strong, the district could be determined with kind of an ongoing need, and then somebody would have to be here periodically until that next second interim and see if it looks like it's been resolved. And
That's great. That's great.
Dr. Potter?
And thank you for clarifying that. And talking with, Ms. Adrianson, our CBO, because of the anticipation of some version of this discretionary block grant coming our way, when the state budget is adopted, these commitments, when we go back into the adopted budget in July 2026 and do a revised budget within that 45-day window, then technically what's going to happen is with some version of these commitments, particularly the first one on the reserve, then numerically, the budget in July likely will be positive. The issue the district is facing, though, and the reason Dr. Glover would have to stay all the way to December is because we only certify the budget as positive, qualified, or negative 2 times a year. First interim or second interim. So the next window of time that we can actually certify is not until December, even though fiscally and numerically, the budget likely will have 3 years on the multi-year of positive when Maryland brings back the amended budget within that 45-day window of time. So, we have to be patient to get to that certification window in December. But we're definitely on the right road. And I think you have one last slide, which is 2 words. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Not a question, Marilyn, but more of a recommendation. Obviously, we are gonna be positive certified coming in July after we adopt the proposed budget next week. My recommendation is we blast it out. A lot of times media, especially media that's not from here, tends to piecemeal narratives in order to fit their agenda, which is never positive. It never has been positive for our school district or actually truthfully anything in South County in general. So, obviously we have to control that narrative. We've done the work and I really want to thank you for leading us in that direction. Therefore, my proposal is to make sure we're keeping track and blasting all that out and making sure that, we have that out there, the progress that we made.
Yeah, and I just want to make another comment to Dr. Glover. I'm very glad that we're actually gonna keep you until December because you need to keep working with your magic after all these comments that came today. I think it's very important to listen to them and to, keep working your magic.
Very good team.
That's right.
Very good team.
Well, thank you, Marilyn. As you go, I want you to stay good and healthy. So you're gonna get a special treat. Keep it that way. But we need you to stay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're adjourned.
One more thing, when is this gonna be uploaded in the website? Because the third, I checked in the third interim, it's not uploaded yet in the website, like.
This.
And yeah, I checked recently.
The presentations?
Yeah, this one. Well, yeah, the third one and this one.
Third one was anime and it's part of your board agenda packet already.
Let me check. I think what you're asking, Ms. Peraza, is if it's on our website, correct?
On our website.
Alright. Let me check with Pat. I'll check with Pat tomorrow. If it's not there, I'll upload it.
Okay, thank you. Both.
Yeah, we'll upload both.
All right.
So now we're on number 7, general administration and. Seven, yeah, 7.1. Okay.
So, Madam President, I'll make the motion to open public hearing for proposed local control accountability plan LCAP for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
A second.
So motion by Anthony Martinez, and then decided seconds. May I have your vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0.
So you would open that
Yes.
Then the.
Okay.
Then we have some public.
And we have Karina Robles.
And the item often hearing for proposed local control, I cannot believe that. Good evening, board members. My name is Karina Robles. I am a parent of a student with special needs and school site council member at Willow Elementary. Tonight, I respectfully ask that the 2026-2027 LCAP truly reflect the real concern families continue expressing throughout the district, especially regarding student support, school climate, communication, special education, and meaningful parent participation. Families continue raising concerns regarding bullying, staffing instability, inconsistent communication, behavioral supports, and challenges accessing appropriate services for vulnerable students. I respectfully urge the district to prioritize measurable accountability in student safety and well-being, behavioral and mental health supports, language accessibility, special education implementation, and consistent communication with families. I would like to also ask the district to strengthen proactive support for neurodivergent students and students with disabilities, including behavioral, emotional, sensory, and social emotional supports that help students succeed safely with school environments. An effective LCAP should not simply describe services on paper. It should demonstrate how the district plans to rebuild trust, improve transparency, and respond meaningfully when families repeatedly raise concerns. Families are not asking for perfection. We're asking for safe schools, accountability, collaboration, and respect for every student and family. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, soy una madre de un estudiante con necesidades especiales y miembro del Consejo Escolar en Willow Elementary. Esta noche respetuosamente pido que el LCAP 2026-2027 refleje verdaderamente las preocupaciones que muchas familias continúan expresando en este distrito, especialmente relacionadas con apoyos estudiantiles, clima escolar, comunicación, educación especial y participación significativa de padres. Las familias continúan expresando preocupaciones relacionadas con bullying, inestabilidad del personal, comunicación inconsistente, apoyos conductuales y dificultades para acceder a servicios apropiados para estudiantes vulnerables. Respetuosamente solicito que el distrito priorice responsabilidad medible en el bienestar y seguridad estudiantil, apoyos conductuales y de salud mental, acceso al idioma, implementación de educación especial y comunicación consistente con las familias. También quisiera solicitar fortalecer los apoyos preventivos para estudiantes y estudiantes con discapacidades, incluyendo apoyos conductuales, emocionales, sensoriales y socioemocionales. Un LCAP efectivo no solamente debe escribir servicios en documentos, sino demostrar cómo el distrito reconstruirá confianza, mejorará transparencia y responderá significativamente a las preocupaciones de las familias. No pedimos perfección, pedimos escuelas seguras, responsabilidad, colaboración y respeto para todos los estudiantes y familias.
Roxanne Palestino.
I want to talk about the LCAP and our students with disabilities. Quiero hablar sobre el LCAP y nuestros estudiantes con discapacidades. The data across our districts shows that students with disabilities continue to face some of the biggest academic challenges and highest rates of chronic absenteeism. Los datos demuestran que el distrito muestran que los estudiantes con discapacidades continúan enfrentando algunos de los mayores desafíos académicos y algunas de las tasas más altas de ausentismo crónico. The recent EFMA report identified concerns about the district's financial condition, declining enrollment, and the need for stronger accountability. At the same time, our students' outcome data shows that there is still a lot of work to do to ensure students receive the support they need to succeed. El reciente reporte del EFMA identificó preocupaciones sobre la situación financiera del distrito, la disminución de la matrícula y la necesidad de una mayor rendición de cuentas. Al mismo tiempo, los resultados estudiantiles muestran que todavía hay muchísimo trabajo por hacer para garantizar que los estudiantes reciban el apoyo que necesitan para tener éxito. As a parent of children with disabilities, I have seen firsthand that more training and support is needed. During school events such as art shows and science fairs, I have watched students become overwhelmed while adults stood by unsure of how to help. This is not about blaming staff. It's about making sure staff feels confident and have the tools, training to respond when a student needs support. Como madre de niños con discapacidades, he visto de primera mano que se necesita mucho más capacitación y apoyo durante eventos escolares como exposiciones de arte, ferias de ciencia. He visto a estudiantes sentirse abrumados mientras los adultos alrededor no sabían cómo ayudar. Esto no se trata de culpar al personal, se trata de asegurar que tengan las herramientas, las capacitaciones y la confianza necesaria para apoyar a nuestros estudiantes cuando más lo necesitan. Because if staff felt prepared to help, everyone would see it and feel it. We would see adults stepping in with confidence, helping students regulate, participate, and be successful. That level of support creates trust with families and helps make inclusion a reality, not just a goal. Porque si el personal se sintiera preparado para ayudar, lo viéramos y lo sintiéramos, viéramos a los adultos intervenir con confianza, ayudando a los estudiantes a regularse, participar y tener éxito. Ese nivel de apoyo genera confianza con las familias y convierte la inclusión en una realidad, no solo en una meta. Inclusion is way more than a word. Inclusion means students with disabilities are supported not only in the classroom, but during school events, family activities, and throughout campus life. La inclusión es mucho más que una palabra. La inclusión significa que los estudiantes con discapacidades reciben apoyo no solo dentro del salón de clases, sino también durante eventos escolares.
Thank you. So now we're at.
Do we have any more public comment regarding this issue? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing for proposed local control accountability plan for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
I will second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Martinez makes the motion. Mr. Arias seconds. May I have your vote?
Aye.
Aye. Can we vote?
Yep. And
5-0. So now we have.
Yep.
Thank you. Now we're going on to 7.3, open public hearing for proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27.
I'll make the motion, Madam President, to open the public hearing.
I will second the motion.
Okay, Mr. Martinez makes the motion, Mr. Arias seconds. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay.
No, because what happens is, so we voted, it passed, now we open up the meeting, and then we have public comment.
Okay, so now it's open. And our first speaker is Karina Robles.
Good evening, board members. As the district reviews and approves the proposed 2026-2027 budget, I respectfully ask that every major spending decision remain directly connected to student needs and school safety. Families continue expressing concerns regarding staffing shortages, supervision, behavioral support, special education services, communication barriers, and campus safety concerns. At the same time, tonight's agenda includes significant expenditures involving contracts, consultants, technology, inspections, and outside providers. I respectfully ask, how will these expenditures directly improve student safety and student outcome? How will the district measure effectiveness and accountability? And how much funding is reaching direct student services and classrooms? Families want transparency and reassurance that district priorities remain focused on students first. Every dollar approved tonight should clearly support safer campuses, stronger services, qualified staff, and improved educational outcomes for students. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mientras el distrito revisa y aprueba el presupuesto 2026-2027, respetuosamente solicito que cada decisión financiera importante permanezca conectada directamente con las necesidades estudiantiles y seguridad escolar. Las familias continúan expresando preocupaciones relacionadas con falta de personal, supervisión, apoyos conductuales, servicios de educación especial, barreras de comunicación y preocupaciones de seguridad escolar. Al mismo tiempo, esta agenda incluye gastos significativos relacionados con contratos, consultores, tecnología, inspecciones y proveedores externos. Respetuosamente quisiera preguntar, ¿cómo mejorarán estos gastos la seguridad y resultados estudiantiles? ¿Cómo medirá el distrito efectividad y responsabilidad? ¿Y cuánto financiamiento llega directamente a estudiantes y los salones? Las familias queremos transparencia y confianza de que las prioridades financieras continúan enfocadas en los estudiantes. Cada dólar aprobado esta noche debe apoyar escuelas más seguras, mejores servicios, personal calificado y mejores resultados educativos para estudiantes. Gracias por tu atención. Buenas noches.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Brandon Placencia.
Good evening, board. My name is Brandon Placencia. You know, as we all know, we are against the ropes. We have $13,394 left in our emergency reserve for economic uncertainties. And as it stands right now, you know, we're against the ropes. We hope that everything goes as planned. I'd like to congratulate the district on trying their best to reach a positive certification. You guys are doing hard work. I see it. I understand. It's not easy work, not easy decisions. But I'd like to, you know, give you guys a round of applause on that. Thank you so much for doing it. These hard decisions come at, you know, the cost of certain services. I do see that there's gonna be a decrease of 88% in books and supplies in that budget for this next year. I also see that there's gonna be a services and other operating expenditures decreasing by 49.7%. I said it's tough choices. And as trustee Martinez said, you know, the narrative, the press, you know, does have certain news out there. I have talked to some of my members. I actually was pretty surprised as how many told me, oh, I'm taking them to private school, I'm taking them to other school districts. So it is important to get that back, to show that the district is acting responsibly, is going at the best interest of students, and that we're going into the right track. You know, I'd love to say, hey, I'm proud of the local district where I live, where I pay taxes, and that is my goal. That is why I'm here today. You know, how I said, I do want to applaud you guys. I want to thank you guys for making these tough decisions. I know they're not easy, but we're going in the right direction. I hope that we do get this positive certification, so that way we can move outside of the almost near junk bond territory with I believe it was Fitch review. Let's see, I have here, yes, so Ysidro, we are negative triple B currently. So that is the goal. I'd like for people to say, I proudly go to San Ysidro schools. And I, once again, thank you guys for your time and dedication towards the students and the community. Thank you.
And Roxanne Palestino.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. I would like to comment on the proposed budget. Me gustaría comentar sobre el presupuesto. Otra vez, the FI report made it clear that San Ysidro School District is facing serious financial challenges, including ongoing deficit spending and the need for stronger fiscal oversight. El reciente informe de EFMA dejó claro que el Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro enfrenta desafíos financieros importantes, incluyendo la disminución de la matrícula y la necesidad de una supervisión fiscal mucho más sólida. As the board considers this budget, I encourage you to focus resources on what has the greatest impact on students. Mientras la mesa directiva considera este presupuesto, los animo a enfocar los recursos en los que tienen el mayor impacto para los estudiantes. Our district continues to face academic challenges, chronic absenteeism, staffing shortages, and achievement gaps for students with disabilities. These are the areas where investments should be visible and measurable. Nuestro distrito continúa enfrentando desafíos académicos, ausentismo crónico, escasez de personal y brechas de rendimiento para los estudiantes con discapacidades. Estas son áreas donde las inversiones deben ser visibles y medibles. Families want to see resources reaching classrooms, supporting teachers, supporting classified staff, and directly benefiting students. Las familias quieren ver que los recursos lleguen a los salones de clase, apoyen a los maestros, apoyen al personal clasificado
y beneficien directamente a los estudiantes. As someone who has participated in school committees, attended district meetings, volunteered at schools, and advocated for families across our district, I also believe we need continued investment in staff training, school safety, family engagement, and support for students with special needs and their families. Como madre involucrada, que he participado en comités escolares, asistiendo a reuniones del distrito, hecho voluntaria en las escuelas y apoyando a familias en todo nuestro distrito. También creo que debemos continuar invirtiendo en la capacitación del personal, la seguridad escolar, la participación familiar y los apoyos para estudiantes con necesidades especiales. The community understands that difficult financial decisions may be necessary. However, every budget decision should be guided by student outcomes and accountability. La comunidad entiende que puede ser necesarias decisiones financieras difíciles. Sin embargo, cada decisión presupuestaria debe estar guiada por los resultados estudiantiles y la rendición de cuentas. Budgets are more than numbers on paper. They show us what our priorities really are. Los presupuestos son mucho más que números en papel. Nos muestran cuáles son realmente nuestras prioridades. As a parent, I hope our budget reflects students first, classrooms first, and results first. Como madre, espero que nuestros presupuestos
Any other public comment on our proposed budget for this fiscal year, 2020, or next fiscal year, 2026, 2027?
Yes.
Okay, hearing none.
Oh, no.
We have more?
I'll share a comment if that's all right.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just share a comment in terms of the proposed budget for the 2026-2027 school year. I'm very proud of our district for building the reserve. This proposed budget shows a reserve of 1.9 million, which is very close to the minimum reserve of 3%. And I know that when we amend the budget in July, we will fully hit the required reserve. I also am proud of this district, our district, because on the current agenda of all of the consent agenda items under the consent calendar, 16 of the agenda items are from categorical or restricted funds, not from the general fund, which clearly shows a priority of direct services for students and their education in the classroom. Finally, I'm also proud of the proposed budget that allocates $16.7 million to our special education program for the coming year.
Thank you. Any more comments? Okay, so, we're now on 7.4, closed public hearing and proposed budget for year 26-27.
So moved.
Mr.
Second.
Martinez makes the motion. Mr. Arias seconds. And have your vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. And we. So now, we're on 7.5, resolution number 2526-0053, designated authorized agents to sign bank account checks and school orders.
So moved.
Second.
Seconds it. May I have your vote?
Aye.
No.
And we do?
Okay, you do?
Okay.
Sorry. This is happening to time, yeah.
No, we'll wait on the voting. So we opened it up, you can have public comment.
Okay, Roxanne Palestino?
Madam President, for the future, just let me know which ones we do have public comment, and I'll make sure we have that before we even make the motion.
Tonight, item appears routine, but the context matters. Este punto puede parecer rutinario, pero el contexto importa mucho más de lo que parece. Just weeks ago, this board received an FMAP report identifying concerns regarding fiscal oversight, budget monitoring, deficit spending, and long-term planning. Tonight, the board is being asked to approve authority over district bank accounts and financial transactions. Hace apenas unas semanas, esta mesa directiva recibió un informe de FMAP, identificó preocupaciones relacionadas con la supervisión fiscal, el monitoreo presupuestario, el gasto deficitario y la planificación financiera a largo plazo. Esta noche se les aprueba autoridad sobre cuentas bancarias y transacciones financieras del distrito. Families can't trust a system that is telling us they need stronger oversight.
A las familias no confían en un sistema que al mismo tiempo nos está diciendo que necesitan una supervisión más alta, más fuerte. It's a statement based on the district's own findings. Esto no es una crítica personal hacia ningún individuo. Es una declaración basada en las propias conclusiones del distrito. Public trust is earned through transparency, accountability, and results. La confianza pública se gana con transparencia, rendición de cuentas y resultados. We, the parents, have spent the last years hearing about budget challenges, declining enrollment, staffing shortages, and difficult financial decisions. Durante el último año, los padres hemos escuchado sobre desafíos presupuestarios, disminución de las matrículas, escasez de personal y decisiones financieras difíciles. At the same time, families continue to see academic challenges, chronic absenteeism, and a huge achievement gaps affecting students across our 7 schools. Al mismo tiempo, las familias continúan viendo desafíos académicos, ausentismo crónico y brechas de rendimientos que afectan a los estudiantes en las 7 escuelas. When financial authority is concentrated in a small number of positions, accountability becomes even more important. Cuando la autoridad financiera está concentrada en un pequeño número de cargos, la rendición de cuentas se vuelve aún más importante. The community deserves confidence that every dollar is being managed carefully, monitored closely, and aligned with student outcomes. La comunidad merece tener la confianza de que cada dólar está siendo administrado cuidadosamente, supervisado de cerca y alineado con los resultados de los estudiantes. Financial decisions are not just paperwork. Los presupuestos no solo son números, las decisiones financieras no solo son papeleo. They affect classrooms, teachers, support staff, special education services, family engagement, and ultimately student success. Afectan los salones de clase, a los maestros, al personal de apoyo, a los servicios de educación especial, a la participación familiar y el éxito estudiantil. The EFMA report did not appear overnight. It was a result of issues that developed over time. El informe EFMA no apareció de la noche a la mañana.
Okay, so we'd like to call a vote.
I just, yeah.
Oh, we have,
I don't wanna make.
okay.
I just wanted to, Marion, besides you, who else is on the list of agents to sign? Carry these checks?
For the checking
Yes.
account, it's myself, Dr. Potter. For the ASB checking account, it's me, Dr. Potter, and the 2 principals.
Okay.
That is
Thank you.
So John Q from the outside neighborhood is not gonna be taking our money.
And you're not going to deposit it in your own personal.
Yeah.
I think we should trust that the agents assigned to this is not routine. It's for the security and the thing that it didn't take years and years to get to, it was something that happened within this school year with the federal budgets and just all the crises across our country, period. So, and the report is here before.
Yes.
You shared that with us.
That.
Thank you.
Yeah, that, actually, I mean, I already, okay.
For the sake of clarity, for the public, with regards to the fiscal health risk analysis that was conducted by FICMAT a few months ago, their primary finding was that our district needed to rebuild the reserve. Indeed, there were no findings or recommendations regarding this particular resolution for designating authorized agents to sign the bank account checks or the school orders. Also, for clarification and transparency for the public, I will share that the purchase order, monthly purchase order report and expenditure reports have all of these items, such as school orders in them, and they are approved on a monthly basis by the board.
Yeah, I think the comment from Faustino was very valid because there was many findings from the FCMAT, not just that, superintendent, but also how the district allows purchasings that are, that we cannot even afford, and when the budget is insufficient. There's missing costs like overtime, substitutes, benefits. There's a lack of internal audit system. I mean, there's a lot of things that, and one of the major outcomes from the FCMAT was administration. how this type of administration, well, you know, sometimes it has bring us into this. Yes, I know there's a lot of, things going on in the state and the federal level, but the county did a very good graph of how things have been decreasing slowly. And the FCMAT was very clear on why. And yeah, of course, enrollment has to do with it. But I think the number one thing is spending more than it brings in. And for financial controls, as I already talked about in probably 3 meetings ago. So it is very valid. Roxanne Palestino's comment, and we already voted. And this is why I'm voting no. And I know, I'm not sure who else can sign these checks. I'm not sure, but
We already gave you that answer. It's Dr. Potter and Marilyn. And then for the ASB accounts is Dr. Potter and Marilyn and two principals.
Right, so what happens if, I know this is not gonna happen, what's the scenario if it doesn't pass? Who can, right, who can sign these checks?
Also, for the sake of transparency, clarity, and accuracy of information, I will share directly from the FICMAT Fiscal Health Risk Analysis. They identified 12 low risk or positive categories for our district. One of those categories was leadership and stability. The concern that you're raising, Trustee Peraza, is not a concern that was an outcome of the fiscal health risk analysis. In addition, there were 11 other categories in addition to leadership and stability that were identified as positive. So again, the primary concern of our district is to rebuild the reserve, which we are doing.
Correct, but all that I said, it was definitely on the FCMAT report. I can tell you which page and I can even quote it,
I'd like to call a vote, please.
Yes.
Or
or transparency.
aye.
You made the motion.
No, well, we make the motion. Mrs. Rosario seconded, and I'd like to call a vote for us to vote.
Okay, may I have your vote?
Aye,
Aye.
Aye.
so 4-1.
4-1. It passes, thank you. We're on 7.6. This is a resolution number 25-26-0061, authorizing the borrowing of funds for fiscal 26-27 and the issuance and sale of one or more series of 26-27 tax and revenue anticipation notes. Therefore, in an amount not to exceed 15 million, and participation in the San Diego County Schools District Tax and Revenue Anticipation Note Program, and requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of issue and sell said notes.
I'll make the motion.
I think there is.
Oh, we have public comments? Okay.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Arias seconds it.
Okay, so we have public comment.
Roxanne Palestino.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Tonight you're being asked to approve borrowing up to 15 million. Esta noche se les pide aprobar un préstamo de hasta 15 millones de dólares. The agenda states that it's needed because of potential general fund cash flow shortages and payroll needs next year. La agenda indica que esto es necesario debido a posibles faltantes de flujo de efectivo y necesidades de nómina para el próximo año. That should concern every family in this district. Eso debería preocupar a todas las familias de este distrito. We recently heard serious concerns from the FMA about the district's financial condition. Recientemente escuchamos serias preocupaciones del FMA sobre la situación financiera del distrito. We have seen the declining enrollment, hemos visto la disminución, we have seen proposed layoffs, hemos visto propuestas de despidos, and now we're talking about borrowing millions of dollars, y ahora estamos hablando de pedir prestados millones de dólares. If the district is financially healthy, why are we preparing to borrow up to 15 million to make payroll? Si el distrito está financieramente saludable, ¿por qué nos estamos preparando para pedir prestado hasta 15 millones para pagar la nómina. Families deserve a clear explanation. Las familias merecen una explicación clara before approving more debt. The public deserves to know what led us here, how much this borrowing will cost, and what steps have been taken to control spending. Antes de aprobar más deuda, el público merece saber qué nos llevó a esta situación, cuántos costará este préstamo y qué medidas se han formado para controlar los gastos. Fiscal accountability is not optional. La responsabilidad fiscal no es opcional. Our students, staff, and taxpayers deserve answers. Nuestros estudiantes, empleados y contribuyentes merecen unas respuestas.
Thank you. Dr. Potter?
I actually would like Dr. Glover to answer that response, whatever the comment was in terms of it, because I think it needs clarification. And Dr. Glover, you're the representative here, so please, if you can respond to that.
Want to defer to Dr. Carter?
I would prefer you, because the truth is that
It's not necessary though, because.
I'm actually asking as a board member for Dr. Glover to answer Mrs. Palestino's concerns. Because he's essentially the reason we have Figma and all that stuff. So I'm calling you on the spot, Dr. Glover. I know it sucks, but this is just the consequences. This is the consequences of you being here. So, so please respond to that, because
I'm sorry we brought you here. For bad management.
Work. Remember, everybody here is on the same goal. Let me answer this if you don't mind.
Robert.
What I'm not asking about, and I'm not gonna answer is the specifics about the FICMAT study that's already published and the contents out there. What I'd like to do though is speak to this particular item that is before you.
Yeah.
Okay, the tax revenue anticipation notice. It's called a trans loan. And virtually every district in the state of California will frequently apply for this because what it is it's a chance for districts to potentially get their tax revenue that they're already scheduled to receive in December earlier. And you would do that just in case something was to happen. What it allows you to do is to put in a request to the county and to the state to have your tax revenue early in case some financial problem occurs. Many districts are doing this right now because what we know is our state of California adopts the budget in June 30, right? But the federal government will not adopt its budget until October 1st. And if you remember a slide that Marilyn showed where it had our cafeteria funds, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, all of those were kind of suspect about are they 100% sure going to be funded or not? Well, what we don't want this district to do is have something happen in October where say the federal government chooses not to fund something and you not have enough money still to run your district in the meantime, rather than have to wait till December. So it's just kind of a request, an early request that most districts do to make sure they have access to money in case any unforeseen fiscal situation occurs. And I've done it in districts that I've also been the superintendent of. It's not an uncommon thing. It's just not something that this district has done for a year or two, I believe. But I will say that I was the one who asked Dr. Potter and him to remind them that they could put this on the agenda. It's better to have a chance to have the money if needed than to not have a chance. Because if you don't pass this, you don't have a chance of getting your own money early. So I don't know if that answered exactly about FICMAT, but I wanted to make sure you understood this item.
Yeah, I think it was just like the concern that parents should just be concerned that that's happening.
Absolutely.
But I
Fair question.
understand exactly.
Always fair questions about where's money coming from. Totally get that. I would want you to know that this is due diligence and it's a common practice in school districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Glover, and I will add the technical definition of a tran. And then I'll also add kind of the layman's terms definition of a tran. So the technical definition of a tran is that a tax and revenue anticipation note, or tran, is a short-term debt instrument used by school and municipal districts to bridge temporary cash flow deficits that occur when daily operational expenses, such as employee salaries, must be paid before your revenues are received by the state or federal government. So if I can explain that, let's say that our district is to receive 60 million in LCFF funds next year. And that 60 million is divided across 10 fiscal months. So at a tune of 6 million per month. But in December, the state suddenly decides to defer our revenues to January instead of pay us that 6 million in December. And now suddenly we have a cash flow problem, not because of something the district has done, but rather because the revenues have come in a delayed manner from either the state or from the federal government. Now, the reason the TRAN is effective is because we're borrowing on the anticipation of revenues that we're supposed to be receiving by the state and federal government. We are not borrowing because we think we won't have enough money to pay our bills. We're borrowing in anticipation that the revenues received on what technically is called an apportionment cycle of revenue distributions is not received in the timing in which it's supposed to come in. And therefore, you're borrowing against your anticipated revenues. You are not borrowing against an anticipated deficit.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. If we could move on to the next,
We gotta vote on this.
Just have one question. Have we ever used this before? This borrowing?
Not the last 8 years.
Okay.
This is done in an abundance of caution.
okay, I'd like to call for the.
Aye.
Aye.
Five zero.
I think it's 4-1.
5-0.
Okay.
Five zero.
Yes.
Okay, so we're now on 7.7. Resolution number 25260060 for the purchase, warranty, design, demolition, site prep, installation, maintenance, and repair of playground solutions through the Department of General Services, DGS, California Multiple Awards Schedule, CMF.
So moved.
Okay,
I second.
okay. Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, board members. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. As the FMAC continues to emphasize the importance of transparency, fiscal accountability, and clear communications with the public, I support the safe playgrounds for our students. Apoyo área de juegos seguras para nuestros estudiantes. But what concerns me is not the playground equipment. Lo que me preocupa no es el área de juegos. What concerns me is the lack of detail. Lo que me preocupa es la falta de detalle. The agenda tells us Willow needs playgrounds and improvements. La agenda nos dice que Willow necesita mejoras en el área de juegos, but then it also mentions other projects that may use these contracts. Pero también menciona otros proyectos que podrían utilizar estos contratos. What projects do you guys need? ¿Cuáles proyectos? How much will they cost? ¿Cuánto van a costar? Where is the funding coming from? ¿De dónde vendrá el dinero? Why is the public being asked to approve a broad authority without knowing exactly what is being planned? ¿Por qué se le pide al público aprobar una autoridad tan amplia sin saber exactamente lo que se está planeando? If a project is important enough to spend public money on, it's important enough for the public to know exactly what is being approved. Si un proyecto es lo suficientemente importante para gastar dinero público, también es lo suficientemente importante para que el público sepa exactamente cuál es antes de aprobarlo. We want specifics, not blank spaces. Las familias merecen información específica, no específica. And then I just want to say one more thing. I know to do this, it must be so easy, but as parents navigating the system, we repeatedly ask for trainings on budgets, on special education, on many other things that we don't see reflected on the LCAP. If you guys are tired of us asking questions or trying to put 2 and 2 together, maybe some district-wide trainings on this would be amazing, because we've been asking for it for years. Even me.
Right. Now, I'm asking for a vote.
We will have the questions.
No other questions from my end, Madam President. I'd like to vote.
Okay, I'm asking for your vote now.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. We're on now 8, consent calendar, all items appearing on adopted by a single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion. Unless a member of the board or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately.
I'll make a motion, Madam President.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have various public comment on the consent calendar, given that we have to approve it all as much unless we have to take out things. What I would like to do is have all public comment before in order to make it easier and less complicated, because I want to make sure everyone has a chance to speak on the item that they wrote about.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
See if anyone member has a poll.
Well, no, we can do that afterwards, because the truth is, we're still gonna be voting on the items anyway. So we've already made a motion a second, so we should have the public speak on all these items all at once. Once they finish, then we'll vote on it, and then we'll obviously get the polls and whatnot. We won't talk about that. But at least we have the public comment, that way it's not as confusing. If that's okay with the board, so we're gonna do it, so when we call your name, we're gonna give you the item, and you have 3 minutes, and then you'll have the next item, and you'll have 3 minutes until you're done, and then we'll call the next person, so on and so forth.
Are we gonna be making motions?
That's gonna be later, we have to have public comment first,
Why do we have comments too?
because the public comment needs to happen before we vote on it. So, let's start with Taina Robles. Mrs. Robles, you have
We can do this,
8
we can do the same comments at the same time.
D.2. You have 3 minutes. 8, D as in David, .2.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, I would like to ask the district to ensure that the comprehensive school safety plans become meaningful protections for students and not simply compliance documents. Families across the district continue expressing concerns regarding bullying, supervision, student altercations, campus safety incidents, and inconsistent communication after incidents occur. I also respectfully ask the district to seriously consider implementing camera systems in high-risk areas such as hallways, cafeterias, playgrounds, and school entrances. Cameras should never replace proper supervision, but they can improve accountability, support investigations, reduce conflict reports, and help protect both students and staff. I also would like to urge the district to ensure safety planning includes the needs of students with disabilities and neurodivergent students who may require additional behavioral and emotional or sensory supports. Students cannot fully learn if they do not feel safe physically or emotionally at school. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Esta noche respetuosamente le pido que los planes integrales de seguridad escolar se conviertan en protecciones reales para los estudiantes y no solamente documentos de cumplimiento. Las familias continúan expresando serias preocupaciones relacionadas con el bullying, supervisión, altercados estudiantiles, incidentes de seguridad y comunicación inconsistente después de incidentes escolares. También quisiera solicitar respetuosamente que el distrito considere seriamente instalar cámaras de seguridad en áreas de alto riesgo como pasillos, cafeterías, patios y entradas escolares. Las cámaras no reemplazan supervisión adecuada, pero pueden aumentar responsabilidad, apoyar investigaciones, reducir versiones contradictorias y ayudar a proteger tanto a estudiantes como al personal. También quisiera solicitar que la planificación de seguridad incluya las necesidades de estudiantes con discapacidades y estudiantes neurodivergentes que requieren apoyos adicionales, conductuales, emocionales o sensoriales. Los estudiantes no pueden aprender plenamente si no se sienten seguros, tanto física como emocionalmente en la escuela. Gracias.
Okay, Mrs. Robles, you have 3 more minutes. This is your last one. It's 8E.11.
Good evening, board members. Tonight I support continued access to independent educational evaluations for students with disabilities and students requiring specialized educational supports. However, I also respectfully ask the district to reflect on why so many families feel the need to pursue outside evaluations in the first place. Parents should not have to struggle to obtain meaningful assessments, accurate documentation, clear communication, timely services, or full participation within the IEP process. As a parent, I have personally experienced concerns regarding inaccuracies, omissions, inconsistent documentation, and challenges obtaining meaningful transparency and participation during portions of my child's evaluation and IEP process. Experiences like these help explain why many families ultimately feel the need to pursue independent educational evaluations in order to better understand and appropriately support their child needs. I respectfully encourage the district to continue improving collaboration with families, transparency during the IEP process, timely communication, meaningful parent participation, and consistent implementation of recommendations and student supports. Families and schools should be working together as partners with the shared goal of helping students succeed safely, emotionally, socially, and academically. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Esta noche apoyo el acceso continuo a evaluaciones educativas independientes para estudiantes con discapacidades y estudiantes que requieren apoyos educativos especializados. Sin embargo, también respetuosamente pido que el distrito reflexione sobre por qué tantas familias sienten la necesidad de buscar evaluaciones externas. Los padres no deberían tener que luchar para obtener evaluaciones significativas. Documentación precisa, comunicación clara, servicios oportunos o participación completa dentro del proceso de IEP. Como madre, personalmente he experimentado preocupaciones relacionadas con inexactitudes, omisiones, documentación inconsistente y dificultades para obtener transparencia y participación significativa durante parte del proceso de evaluación y IEP de mi hijo. Experiencias como estas ayudan a explicar el por qué muchas familias finalmente sienten la necesidad de buscar evaluaciones educativas independientes para comprender y apoyar apropiadamente las necesidades de sus hijos. Respetuosamente invito al distrito a continuar mejorando colaboración con familias, transparencia durante el proceso de IEP, comunicación oportuna, participación significativa de padres e implementación consistente de recomendaciones y apoyos estudiantiles. Las familias y las escuelas deben trabajar juntos como aliados con el objetivo compartido de ayudar a los estudiantes a tener éxito académico, emocional y socialmente. Los estudiantes con discapacidades merecen ambientes educativos individualizados, compasivos y apropiadamente apoyados. Gracias.
Next, we have Mr. Gustavo Lopez. And Mr. Lopez, your 3 minutes are on 20, C as in cat, 25.
You were told, 8C5, right?
Yeah, C as in cat, 5.
Okay, here we go. First of all, I was surprised, how fast these 2 new job descriptions on the agenda on 8C have appeared. We as classified have to go through a long process, starting with a questionnaire we have to submit. If you pass this step, next is having to present our case to a panel of administrators and our CCA board, so we can even be considered for a reclass or a new job description. Our classified members were denied for two new job descriptions, and we are still waiting to see what happens with our reclasses, and it's been 2 years now. How did you appoint the same person for this upgrade if they are clearly not doing a good job? I begin to wonder who and how this has happened. I expect more from our management to hire the right person for the job. There is no formal structure, and the lack of leadership is strongly present on our school sites. Was there other candidates being considered for the even interviewed? Can you please give us some transparency and let us know how the management come up with these appointments and new job descriptions? That's it for 8.
And then you have 8C.6.
All right. When was this position offered to the general public? Not even an in-house announcement was made. Having read the job description for this new job of special program liaison you created, I qualify for this position. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I am a bilingual. I meet all the qualifications for this position. It would be one that I would have considered if we were only given the chance to apply, but that never happened. Today's agenda is the first time I hear of this new job description. Why, when we ask for a new job description, we immediately get denied? Yet, you out of thin air create these new roles and really seem like promotions and appoint those you desire without giving the opportunity to other potential candidates as a chance to even apply. These actions really lower the morale and question the leadership we have here in front of us. I hope you reconsider these 2 personal appointments and do what is right and get the right people for the job. Thank you.
I don't know if we can answer that question right now, or
No.
Or maybe, okay.
Or
Thank you, Mr. Rosario. You want to wait because I will ask the same question you just asked. Thank you.
Okay, we have Brandon Plasencias, 8, C as in cat, .1.
Your board, I know it's hard and challenging, times are hard, and as I hear feedback, sometimes it may come from not understanding. I see these positions for 8C1, and I think they're a good idea. Right, I hear a lot of struggle from parents, need for connection with the district, and I think these will be helpful. I do find it a little concerning what I just heard. I do want to make sure everybody has a fair shot at these opportunities. But I see the good on it, right? I see that we're trying to address some of the issues, some of the concerns. And you can only do so much, right? So I'd like to say that it's a good program. I hope it's, it follows all the legal requirements and structures that are needed. I have not reviewed all of them. I'm very busy working on other projects, but I just wanted to, thank you for putting something out there versus just sitting or saying nothing, right? Some individuals may feel differently from it, but I see what you guys are trying, and I appreciate any type of effort versus, nothing. I can go down to 8C2 if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, so we got, 8C.2, I think.
Perfect. So same thing, a little bit of praise on it. I think it's a good decision. I think, parents really struggle. They may not understand the system. They may not understand the way everything's working. And having a liaison would assist them navigating through this process. I do hear a lot of frustration, and how I said, at least in my community, they've heard the narrative, they've heard what's going on, and they've decided, I'm gonna opt out of San Ysidro School District. And I've actually been surprised how many parents are paying for private school in my neighborhood. I heard about over 5. So I was like, oh, wow, I'm surprised because private school is pretty expensive. So they obviously have concern, and my goal by being here is to let them know, hey, the district's gonna go in the right direction. We're gonna, fix the narrative, fix the issues going on. And we're gonna provide quality education for all children in San Ysidro School District's boundaries. That is my goal, and I'm willing to support you guys. As I've said before, if there's any resources that I may have or connections that are maybe different from what the district's used to, maybe that's what's needed, and I'm willing here to support. Please let me know I'm, accessible and reachable. You'll find me online. I've recently started going onto social media just to become more accessible to people. But yet again, thank you, board, for attempting to fix a long-standing issue. We go.
The next one, my friend, is 8E.5.
Perfect. So earlier we were speaking about the budget, and I had mentioned software costs. Well, I'm not familiar if we're gonna have any reduction in software costs by switching providers. It looks like you guys are currently using Google Workspace. Looks like you're trying to transition over to Microsoft's platform. If it is for cost, then it's for cost reduction, then it's towards a good reason. And I think parents need to understand, hey, sometimes you have to make these changes to save money in the long term. I said, I don't know, maybe Dr. Potter can educate me on that if we do. I know it's normally not a back and forth, but and if it isn't, or if it's an expenditure that's a little maybe not at the correct time. I'm not quite sure. I haven't reviewed it. I haven't educated myself on it to give you a full-on opinion, but that's my take on it. If the district is trying to save money by pursuing that, then kudos on you guys. Good job. If not, maybe it might be something to hold off on. Other than that, I'd like to thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
You got one more, my friend. Oh, 8. 8E.10.
Perfect.
That's your last one, my friend.
Yes, it is. So this one was more of a question base. I frankly do not understand it. That's kind of what I was gonna ask about it. What is the process? I see that it talks about Orange County Superintendent of Schools for school-based medical administrative activities. Why are we involved with a different county? What is the purpose of it? How does it work? If somebody who has knowledge can explain this to me, it would definitely answer some of my questions because I'm left at a state. What's going on here?
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
So just to give you a little.
Well, we have to, I'll tell you what, I'll pull it, Brandon, for you. And what we'll do is, because we can't address him directly yet, because It's, the protocol is you have to have public comment first, and then once you go on the action items, then we can address it during, our board discussion. But I'll pull it for you.
Of course, thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
What was the item in the agenda again?
It's 80.10,
Yes.
and that's my first and only pull, Madam President. We're done with public comment.
Are there any more polls?
Yes.
Which ones? Which ones?
Okay, so. AC.5. Well. Yeah, 8C.5, 8C.6. A E.2. 8E.5. 8E.7. Well, actually, no, let's remove 8E.7.
Not 8E.5 removing?
No, 80.7.
Yes.
Okay.
I already have my answers on that one. 8E.11. And 8E.21. And 8E.22.
Yeah, is that it, Ms. Peraza?
That's it.
Okay, so I'd like to amend my motion to approve the consent calendar minus 8C as in cat, C as in cat 0.5, 8C as in cat 0.6, 8E.2, 8E.5, 8E.10, 8E.11, 8E.21, and 8E.22.
Yes.
I will second that motion.
Okay, now we can vote now. We can call a vote
I
now.
call for the motion.
Call for the vote.
Vote and. Not yet. You call for the vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good.
All right, take one.
So we go to AC as in cat 0.5. I like a motion to approve the appointment of the coordinator of special programs. We need a second.
I second.
Okay, now it's your pool, Madam President.
I'm not president, but sure. Yes, well, first of all, I would like to see if we can answer Mr. Gustavo's question, because I think it's actually very fair to hear what's the answer. And I was gonna pull it out anyways, just because I would like to. Well, I already requested just to see what's the difference from before, and also so in this case, because I know Cristina and Susan, she's gonna
We're not talking about that. We're talking about these rounds.
okay, sure.
So two different.
Okay, so who's gonna provide the same services that Mr. Ramos used to give in his prior position? Is he guys still gonna have the same duties?
Yes, Dr. Potter will answer it, and then Mr. Hobart will then take the second.
Thank you, Madam President. With regards to the coordinator of special programs, this is one, what predates this position is a layoff resolution, which laid off a director position in our school district. This job, is in line with the pattern that the district has been engaged in with both certificated, classified, and the management positions and confidential classified positions, which were laid off in the layoff resolutions. The district has made a mighty attempt to utilize categorical restricted funds to offer an alternate job to laid off positions that are funded by restricted categorical funds, not from the general fund. Given that this particular position is an alternate job option for an individual in our district whose position was on the layoff resolution, this particular position is a position of a laid off director position with an alternate position of coordinator that is funded through multiple funds that are categorical restricted funds and grant funds. With that said, I'll ask Mr. Bojorquez to add any additional information.
Yeah, with regards to the duties and responsibilities, definitely there's an adjustment to the position. In this case, Mr. Ramos will not be conducting the same duties and responsibilities. There's some that he will continue if he accepts the position. Other duties and responsibilities will be my responsibility, assistant superintendent, to make sure that they are we're in compliance with that.
Any other questions?
Does that answer your question, Mr. Gustavo?
I mean, it's still, yeah, I understand the fact that we're saving jobs here and doing things. I just hope that he does a better job. You know, because the reality of things.
I apologize, I'm so sorry. With regards to the public meeting, there are certain items that are confidential.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'd like to call the vote, please.
Aye.
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 We're gonna abstain.
Okay, it's 4 and 1 abstains. And
Yeah,
now,
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve the appointment of the special programs liaison.
that's AC
AC 6.
6. Okay. May I have a second?
I second.
And I have silence a second, and was Martinez. And now there's a discussion.
Yes, and that's Madam Barraza, or Ms. Barraza's court.
Yes, same question. I know that Miss Cristina Insusa used to be the communication specialist. So I guess my question is, who will be conducting that position? If she's gonna continue with that, and also, I know she also used to respond to our PRRs, to our public record request. Who is gonna respond now to those public record requests?
So, you know, throughout the year, the CPR requests are being supported through Ms. Cristina, but assistant superintendents, CBO, director HR has been involved in the development of those responses with support from legal counsel.
Okay, so it's gonna be legal counsel
That's not what I
support. So, is there gonna be a specific person who's gonna be responding?
Depending on the CPR request, is basically the person who will be doing it, and responsible for responding.
And all of those, public record requests will be with support of the legal counsel, all of them?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay, that's good to know. Was it, did it went through the process that, Mr. Gustavo, well, not with that, okay, we responded to that. Okay, that's it from my end.
I'd like to call the vote, please. Aye.
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 We're gonna abstain.
4-1. Passes, thank you.
All right, I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to approve 8.8E.2, which is agreement with Keenan and Associates for property and casualty claims administration services.
That's like my motion.
Okay, And discussion,
It's your full minute.
Can
This present.
Yes, I just wanna say, first of all, that, this is another, service that, now Keenan and Associates will also conduct for us. So now I'm like, I lost track of how many services this law firm is providing for us. So I just wanna make, for the record, I just wanna let everybody know that I requested a list, hopefully that we can create like a list of codes of specific services that this law firm, Keenan Associate, will be providing for us. For example, this one that is property casualties, and insurance and claims. So, so we can be reflected in the expenditure and purchasing reports, because it's very confusing when you go and check these reports, and we just see Keenan and Associates, but we don't see the specific of what service we are getting from them. So it's just for transparency and to have a good accountability, and just to have for anybody to have a good track of it. So just wanted for the public to know that I am waiting for that. And hopefully we can receive those on the board highlights.
If I may, for clarity regarding Keenan and Associates, they are not a law firm, but rather they are an insurance provider for our school district. They have provided our insurance to our school district since before I began, which is over 8 years. In terms of the types of insurance that they provide to our district, they do provide this particular item, 8E2, which is for property and casualty claims. In addition, there's a separate agreement with Keenan Associates for our workers' compensation claims.
So, is this the same law firm that Joey works for?
Yes.
Not a law firm.
This is an insurance provider,
Well, that
not
makes
a
it
law
even
firm.
more confusing. It's almost the same name. Okay, well, if we can still have that code, those codes, I will appreciate that. That list of codes.
Okay,
Just for clarity, I'm not sure we understand the question. There typically are not codes for the Keenan insurance.
No, I just mean for when it's reflected in the, what is it, the PO on the expenditure and purchasing reports.
I'm sorry, Ms. Adrianson, perhaps you do run the purchase order reports. And we do see Keenan POs. Yes, typically we'll see the Keenan PO for an annual cost.
Yes, it'll be an annual cost, usually around 800,000, and then the actual expenditures will tie back to the PO number, which is on the added column for the expenditure report. You'll see it come out throughout the year, every month,
Yes.
the payment.
From the new list that
Yes.
you created.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah,
Should tie back.
yeah, well, I guess now I'm just asking for Mr. Joey's law firm, that one.
Oh, that's a different, this is a different, that would not be this item.
I still requested it, so.
That's,
But it's good to clarify, this is exactly the same question I asked on the agenda for review. It wasn't clarified back then, so that's why I'm asking again. That's it, thank you.
okay, I'd like to call a vote, please.
aye,
Aye.
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 passes 5-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement with Vector Rusa for Microsoft Azure migration and Office 365 licenses.
Same motion.
Okay, I'm going to make the motion. Various seconds, we have discussion. Brandon, consensus.
No, that was Ms. Barajas pulled Mr. Placencia's is eight
oh, yes,
point ten.
right.
I'll call him. I mean, we already know his question, but we'll address it once we get past this one. We have to get past this one.
Okay,
Yeah, I also noticed that this is part of the general fund, that we're gonna spend, this funding from the general fund. And when it's about technology, I thought we have many grants to support, anything with regarding technology. Why can we not take it from those grants instead of the general fund?
Miss Adrianson, this is actually a licensing agreement for Microsoft Office 365. I don't believe we have any grants
No,
that
we
would cover a license.
We do not.
A technology
Yeah, our
license.
free license has expired for Microsoft Office, and so this is to establish, we need our licenses
So
for operating without our Microsoft Office license.
Right, so no technology grant, covers this? I
We
mean,
don't
it is
have
part of
any.
technology.
No.
That is, yes, okay, thank you.
okay, may I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve agreement with Orange County Superintendent of Schools for school-based medical administrative activities participation. Okay, I'd like to clarify this, and I appreciate Brandon for being here as a public member and asking that clarifying question, because that's good. So if anybody can just clarify that as to why it's Orange County Superintendent. And
Yeah.
Dr. Potter, I think you, or Mr. Bojorquez.
Yeah, the state actually designated, the Orange County Superintendent to run the medical, program. Give you an example, our leadership coach grant is being run by Sacramento County. So the state assigns different districts to run different programs. In this case, this particular item is a renew, it's a yearly review. Okay.
Thank you. I'd like to call a vote.
I'll second.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
yes.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve 8E.11, agreement with Behavioral, Emotional, and Academic Mentoring Beam LLC.
Yeah,
Second.
Okay,
Ms. Perazza, pull that in.
yeah, this
She did.
is just a question also, just for clarification. So by approving all these, IE, companies, does any parent still have the opportunity to provide or bring any IE, company external from any district contract?
If I may answer that, based on the state recommendation, the parent has the right to request. It needs to comply with, SAPA, fee schedule. And basically to answer your question, yes, this just give us an opportunity to be able to use this agency upon request or parents request for an IE.
Okay, so it's just one of our list.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call a vote, please. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve 8E.21, agreement with Nova Services, Inc.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Martinez, second by Mr. Arias. Oh. So we
And that's, no, that is, Mrs. Barras' full.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, well, this is exactly one of the, items that, didn't pass the last board meeting. So now I asked Mr. Rodriguez if we could have pictures like the first time I asked for, so thank you so much for now bringing them and have more clarity.
This is Willow, and you can see that there are quite a bit of trip hazards and the danger of maybe somebody also breaking their ankle with one of those cracks. And so I took these as fast as I could, in between promotion ceremonies. And here's some more examples. As you can see, they're pervasive. We painted the basketball court there, otherwise you would be able to see it more. There's also some drainage systems that are really offset, presenting a hazard as well. And then finally, just as quickly as I could, the playground. As you can see, just the rubber itself also presents a problem at Willow, and it's they're trying to take playground structure itself, because our guys work their tails off replacing the parts as often as possible. But those are really old playground structures themselves that are going to be replaced as part of this contract if approved by the board. And I just want to repeat, it's restricted funding. It's not the general funding.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay.
So I'd like to ask a question, because I think now it's my turn to ask some questions.
Sure.
Why wasn't that approved last board meeting?
Well, I mean,
What was the reason behind the lack of approval, given that puts our children in danger, and that should have been done a lot sooner? So that's my question, Dr. Hennekes.
I can answer that question.
I'm not asking you, I'm
because
asking them.
I said no, I was the one, I was the reason.
Please enlighten us, Ms. Peraza. Why would you
Because-
put our kids in danger?
Easy, we didn't have this picture that I requested for.
Okay, then why wouldn't you take the word
Because
professional who works in our school district, who has the best interest of our kids in mind, when he tells you that there are problems?
Because $1 million is just nothing. And I think simple pictures like this can validate $1 million.
And I like to, for the public comment, now for the minutes, I like it recorded. But I find it outrageous that an action item that puts our kids in danger was held up another month, or long as I said was held up because it wasn't passed. Please record that in the minutes of my.
And please also remind everyone that you don't want cameras in our school grounds.
We're talking
For
about two different
safety.
things, madam.
No,
You said-
safety
You're
is the
talking about
same
two different
thing.
things.
Safety.
You are outrageous, and the fact that that wasn't approved is outrageous.
For $1 million and just to not have pictures, okay. Sure, common sense.
These are not argued anymore.
Well,
I had to
ask
add
your
something.
friend here.
I remember, because I lived in this community, when there was a principal by name of, I just had her name. Anyway.
Yeah,
at
let's
that
just
time-
go ahead,
at
just
that
call a
time,
vote.
She did
I'll
that.
just call a vote,
She did
Madam
all the
President.
planning of the new material, but this has been more than 15 years since
And I
she's
was
gone.
honest.
So this is something that I see at the school, because I do visit the schools and see what's going on. And I saw that, and I wondered, when are we gonna do it? But because at the time, we didn't have the money, but now we do. So
I'd
it
like to
is-
just call a vote, Madam
Okay.
President, because it just irritates me. Let's just call a
Okay.
vote. I vote
The
yes.
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 Thank you so much, Mr. Inez, for providing the pictures. So yes,
your vote?
Oh, it's just.
it's yes, madam.
All right, so moving on, 88E.22, I'd like to make the motion to approve the agreement with David Bang Associates, Inc.
I second.
And those are the
Mr. Martinez, second by Mr.
All right, I'd like to
Diaz.
call a vote. Aye.
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
passes 5-0.
Now, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion, I know we're all tired, to pull items from the board superintendent and assistant superintendent. Given that we're gonna have a meeting next week, there's no reason we should do it twice. Well, we've heard enough from us, so I'd like to pull it, I'd like to make that motion, that we go into public comment.
I will second that motion.
I will third it.
Okay, well then let's vote on it.
What? So we're not
Aye.
gonna, no, okay, we can have discussion, correct?
Sure, we can
Yes,
have
we
discussion.
can.
Yeah, we can have discussion.
Okay, yeah, why are we not having public comment today? I mean, board members' comments that. Why are we not honoring everything?
My reason is very simple.
That we do every month.
It's very simple. We're
You
gonna have.
pull it out to the
board-
end
We're
and
gonna
now
have
you
a
don't
general
want it.
board meeting next week, where we're gonna have an opportunity to do that.
So.
The other thing is, we have working people that are sitting here that need to wake up early. We have a graduation at 8:15,
Fine,
and the
okay.
fact that we're keeping them up
Then you-
is selfish from our end.
You don't have to
So-
talk,
That's my.
whoever
that's my-
doesn't wanna talk,
So
you don't have
that's
to
what I'm
vote.
saying. So
Oh,
Please, we're gonna follow procedures and we're gonna take a vote.
Yes.
Aye.
For the first
Aye.
time in our lifetime, no comments from the board.
Hi.
No.
It passes 4-0.
Okay.
4-1.
All right. Now, 10, public comment communications on closed session items. Do we have any, Miguel?
None.
Okay,
This also blocks the First Amendment, now that I think about it.
now we have, I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to recess to closed session, which is number 11, in accordance with section 549, 54.5 regarding 11.1, government code section 549, 57.6, conference with labor negotiators, 11.2, government code section 54957, and 11.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipate litigation for issues. That's my motion.
I second that motion.
Okay. May I have your vote?
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0 and we are closing.
Well, I want to wish everyone a good night, and that way we can all get some rest.
Madam President, you are back live.
Okay, so now, we adjourn at 11:47 PM.
Sure, I can help with this.
I need a second.
No, we don't have nothing to report out from closed
That's
session.
right.
And I'll second. To adjourn at 11:47 PM. You make the motion, Madam President?
Yes.
Okay.
Call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Good night.